Once again, you're in the electronic dojo. Heidi ho, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Happy surprise stream. I didn't think I'd be streaming today. I thought I'd be busy trying to get ready for my work trip, but I finished all the work in like 3 or 4 hours, and I was like, well, what the fuck am I gonna do? Like, just sit around and worry and live in anxiety? Because I hate traveling. I hate going on the road. I always get like anxiety. I mean, it's no other way to put it. And it's not even from traveling. It's just like, I think it's from disrupting the shit I've got figured out, and now I got to go figure out new shit when I get there, and it's like, oh fuck. But whatever. Calderio, welcome in. Marzapanda, welcome in. Puria, am I saying that right? Puria. Sounds right, but probably isn't. Gonna ask a stupid question. Best place to start learning electronics, except YouTube. It kind of depends on where you're wanting to go. There's a man, I can't remember the name of it. There's a really great book. Kelton brought it up, but I can't think of the name off the top of my head. But so I couldn't say it's 100% outside of YouTube, but Moritz Klein has some really fun educational content out there, and it is in videos, but you can also there's literature on it, as well as builds that you can do. So I don't know if you're interested in getting your feet wet into eurorack or synthesis or keyboards or anything that's your bag at all, but Erica Synths has a DIY EDU package where you can build a fairly interesting synth, modular synth as well. You could transfer this to bigger things or whatever. It's really, really inexpensive. It's really, really well priced, and then each build has a fucking novel on it. Not just the construction, not just, oh, watch out for this or that. It's literally like, well, this is how the 808 originally worked. It was these parts, and there was this, and then it was added together. Now we can modify this, but and it goes into more detail, and its videos complement that as well. They're very well produced videos. I think they're probably the best ones I've seen out there, but I only look at like audio stuff, so there might be some really great content out there, but it's just not the kind of electronics I funk with. But that's my go-to personally. I think, and a lot of people ask about like good soldering projects to start with, and I'm like, oh, good kits. I'm like, just go there. Look it out at least. Maybe it's too simple for you, but it's honestly real practical stuff. I mean, we could look at it really interested. His latest module is a trigger sequencer. Looks pretty interesting. Yeah. Those guys are really, really cool. I have nothing but good things to say about them. But yeah, I don't know. Give me some feedback if that helps, or if you're looking more for something else or whatever. Feel free to. And again, it's not a stupid question. I love these questions. I always like people in the easier questions, quote unquote, the questions people think that are kind of like, oh, someone asks this like every stream, or at least every twice a stream or something like that. They actually they don't come up as often. And I don't know what it is, but I kind of enjoy revisiting that topic. If someone's like, oh, what's the best thing to start soldering with? How do I get started in soldering? I like revisiting that whole thing in my head and going, well, we need to bring these things up first, but someone else brought this up, and maybe, I'm always amending it, and I like, it keeps it fresh, keeps it interesting. So anyways, spending money there now. Fantastic. Yeah, it's really an amazing resource, and it doesn't get, like, one issue with electronics, like if you want to get into the really deep parts of it, you have to have like a pretty decent math background, which I don't have. No. I can barely even work like a scientific calculator or anything. I don't know what 50-80% of the buttons do on it. Or a graphing calculator, I mean, worse. But that's actually it's honestly a very deep layer. It's like if you wanted to learn programming, if you wanted to get into programming and development, you wanted to make apps or little games or whatever. There's a lot of really good coding languages that, maybe they're more specific to the thing, but holistically, there's some pretty basic coding, very easy to human read and so forth. But then there's like machine code. I don't even know if that's really used anymore these days, but there's all those stories of the 80s and 90s where, they really got this program or game working because they didn't compile it, they just wrote it out in machine language. I would think that would be a very reasonable analogy, because actually writing out that is not impossible, but you're gonna need some other skill sets to come in to really make it work. And it's basically, I think it's gonna be math too. So, but you don't ever have to program that way. And a lot of electronics, really 95% of everything has already been done. So you can just look at other people's examples, learn with them without having to do any of the mathematics or anything like that. You can just know, well, the data sheet here says it's a 22K. I'll use a 22K. Oh, it doesn't seem to work. I wonder if it's that. I don't know. It's pretty easy, I think, for the layman. The average cat that has at least can do arithmetic. Yeah, I love their webs. I like their thing. I've been meaning to go through the EDU stuff just for my own benefit, like just kind of, read it for shits and giggles, but I haven't lately. So I'm going on a gig. I'm going to be out of town for 2 weeks. I am going to try to stream from the hotel, because that's just a lot of days. And I'm not going to go out drinking every fucking night or anything stupid like that. I can't. And I could not even I can't find any arcades, really, like, nearby. I might, like, there's a couple of days, there's quite a few days that are dark days. So, and I have errands to do, but they won't take the whole day. So I don't know, maybe I can find a cool arcade to go to, and I'll on one of those days. But I feel like if I have the internet available, we could start back up those projects of working on the Ken Stone stuff and translating that into KiCad. Ooh, good job, Suribot. Man, I got that. That's spam. Of course, you still need machine code nowadays if you write an operating system or... Okay, so yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, I don't think it's as common or as, as necessary as it was back then, because like a lot of compilers are very optimized, and there's a lot of, and I'm just saying this as a casual person. I really don't know any of this is true. But from my understanding, that's kind of the case. And if you want to get into programming, you're not going to have to learn machine code. Might be worth it. I don't know. But probably just easier to stick to something like Python or C+ or something. Yeah. More specialized. But I mean, as a hobbyist, as someone just trying to have fun, I mean, if it was your job, if it was part of your education tract, oh yeah, it makes sense. But if you're just a hobbyist and you want to get into this, but you don't want to have to go to school or anything like that for it, I think electronics has so many avenues for that it's really nice. And that's kind of what a big thing here I try to focus on for a lot of people, is that you can go really far with this without being very technically knowledgeable or really having to even crack a book on the topic. Because a lot of it is just assembly. All the work has already been done by other smart people before you. So you're just following their instructions. That's all. There's occasions where you have to get a little crafty, or you start to get outside of that box, but it's super gradual, and it's as much as you really want it to be. You know, you could just build kits your rest of your day, but if you're like, I really want to save some money, I'm going to source all my parts. Or there's a couple of things that are, they're not made in kits, so I'm going to learn how to source my own parts. That's an easy step. No EE degree needed. You're going to make some mistakes or whatever, but the channel's here for that too. So, you could always, like in our Discord or something like that, like, hey, I'm building this. Would someone mind just giving another? And Reddit, I think, would another good spot for that. I know the Synth DIY Reddit isn't too bad for stuff like that. It's kind of like music. Yeah, exactly. But anyways. Yeah, so I'm going to try to stream from the hotel. I'll probably have to use Restream and see if I can do a dual stream. But we'll see. I'm not terribly optimistic. The upshot is I'm going to be in 2 different hotels in 2 different parts of the city. So maybe that'll maybe my odds will change. Like the second half, I'll have good internet and everything. We'll see. I mean, if it is what it is. If it doesn't work out that way, I don't mind the break a little bit, but kind of enjoy hanging out with you guys. I know, sound like a dork. So I just want to fill you guys in. I worked on the X32. And hey, TMBO, welcome in. How are you doing, mate? Just a heads up, TMBO is not shouting. It's a visual impairment thing, so it's easier to read. At least that's what they're telling us. That's the story. How you doing, mate? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I opened up the X32. I worked on it all weekend. It is, oh my God, what a sweat load. I was like, just taking that thing apart, dude. I honestly, once I kind of figured out how it wasn't so bad, but like taking it apart was like, oh my God, so much awful. It was really bad. I did not like taking it apart. I did break a clip, so before I put the damn thing back together in the end, before I give it back to the client, I'm gonna have to like put some hot glue on there or something so that it stays in. I don't want to trust like Captain tape or anything. I'll just put a dab of hot glue on the side, and I can peel that off. But yeah, oh my gosh, it was a fucking nightmare. I took apart the here we'll switch screens. I took apart took the board out. That took a couple of hours. And to be fair, I took breaks because I didn't have anywhere easy to work on it, so I had to stand and kind of haunch. Not fun. Same thing with getting all the parts out too. Lots of haunching. And the way it works, it opens up like a pizza box. But I thought there was like a break point so you could get it to like this little point and it would stay, but it just keeps going. And like the weight of it is so much that, you know, it's not supposed to be that way. It's really heavy anyways. So you're thinking like, I think I'm gonna bend and break shit. So I think you're supposed to disconnect it, but I was like, no, it's so fucking heavy and it's so cantankerous. I won't be able to get it back in. Fuck that. So I just kind of like opened it and would rest it on my head or my shoulders and fucking work inside of it. I thought about like, I was trying to think of a way to build like a kickstand for it, but I didn't have like any dowel rods or anything like that in the house that I was like, oh, you know, I have a 2-foot dowel rod. You know, I don't have anything like that. We're poor. So, hey, TMKDK, welcome in. But either way, the board I had to get to was at the bottom of every fucking thing. I had to take out all 3 XLR 8-banger ports, like, and that's what is that, 16 screws a piece. So that sucked butts, sucked so much butt. And then and there's a bunch of other screws. It was just so many screws. I still have like, I have it back together enough to work, and I still have like a massive bag of screws for it. You know what time it is? Man, that's like one of my favorite. Wait, is that Flavor Flav sample or is that Chuck D? I have like a big collection of it. I think it's Flav. Because he's got the clock. I mean, that kind of fucking, you don't have to be a brain surgeon to figure that one out. Anyways. So anyways, I got the board out, and then there's a giant shield box, RF shield box, soldered in through-hole style into the board. And I was like, what could I do? What could I do? And I'm like, oh, I'll just put some low melt solder on it, and then I'll blast it with heat. 20 fucking minutes later, I'm like, maybe this was the stupidest idea I've ever come up with. The board is a multi-layer board. I don't think it's like video card, like 36 layer shit, but it's got a bunch of layers. And there's gotta be like thermal wicking layers because I could not get the board up to temperature to melt these guys. I kind of got it like soft so that it would shift back slower, but like even the low melt wasn't working very well. I'm wondering if indium solder doesn't work with leadless. It works fine with leaded, but I don't know if it works with leadless. I kind of started thinking that halfway through, but I was already like 10 minutes, 15 minutes in, and I'm like, I'm not stopping and restarting. I have a life. So, hey, Fortune. Welcome in over on the YouTube, kicking it. So, yeah, anyways, I got it off. It took fucking forever, and I did a tiniest bit of damage, but it was just like, I just like scratched where the ground is. I don't even know if that was me. I assume it was me. It could have been a robot because it was really, really tiny, but I'm like, oh, I think I did that. But didn't damage anything. Got the shield off. I tested everything. And for starters, I found like these caps, and there's all these, it's like these ground caps for the center tap of the coils. And then those go through a 1 or a 2 kilovolt capacitor. So I'm like, okay, you know, I assumed that that was the fail, like that capacitor died. I tested it. It tests fucking fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I did test the resistors, though, and they were all reading like just shy of 75 ohms, except one of them read 70 ohms. So I went ahead and replaced that because I was like, well, I think that's still in spec, but, you know, I what if, you know? Might as well tick it off my box. And then the other part was the coils. There's like there's 3 pairs of coils in here. It's a passive component too. It's kind of cool. And they all tested fine. I don't know how you fucking test for coils though. I don't have like a meter that tests microhenries or anything like that. But continuity wise, everything gelled. And so I don't know. I was like, well, I might as well replace it. It's the most expensive part I bought. I'm not going to waste it. I'm going to put it on. So I did that, and then I was like trying to decide. There's 2 other sections to the network part. Now I screwed up on one of them. There's this chip, and I should have bought 2. I just bought 1. I didn't realize there was a pair. I just thought it was a large chip with like a bunch of buttons. I was fucking stupid. So I fucked that one up. And then the other issue was, and I didn't, well, so I couldn't replace that. I could only replace one of them. And I mean, what would be the point? You know, if it still didn't work, it must have been the other one. So I'd rather just replace the pair. But the other chip was some nightmare fuel. It's a QFN chip, and it's really small. I think it's like maybe 8 millimeters across. It's 8 millimeters back and forth. And then maybe that, I might be giving it too much credit. Oops. Maybe 7 millimeters. But anyways, tiny. And then I could have replaced it. I decided not to because it's in the worst location. I posted this on the Discord, although I don't know if anyone gives a shit. I don't even know who it is. So I'm just teasing. I'm just kidding. So yeah, there's the I'm pointing at the chip here. And you can kind of see like, so the only way to really put on a QFN that I'm aware of is through hot air. I don't think you can solder them on. You can use an iron, you'll use an iron to kind of clean up around it, but you don't pop it on and heat it up that I know of. You can, but this has like a thermal pad. You just make it make physical contact. You don't try to weld it. How would you take it off, though? I guess is better question to ask. I suppose it wouldn't be impossible. It'd probably be a bigger pain in the ass to do it with an iron, but how would you take it off without an iron? Yeah, I could see that. And when I clean them up, half the time I'm kind of just, and I've only soldered like 3 or 4 QFNs. I'm kind of just running my iron, and I kind of think that to myself, like, oh man, I could have touched that. Yeah. Oh, I could like cover it in solder, couldn't I? I don't think that. Okay, so therein lies the issue, because I Now, here's the heat shield. I put it back on, and it should be easier to take off if I ever have to, but I pray to God I never do. So it's right next to these electrolytic caps. That's really sucks. You don't want to get them too hot, they'll pop. I can replace them if it did catastrophically fail, but you know, I only have like one that's like 100% in spec with this, and the rest are like out a little bit here and there, and I'm like, shit. Yeah, so the other issue is this plastic connector. And then my other concern, although it may be a little bit unnecessary, is this BGA here. Because it's gonna get hit with heat. And I don't know how long you've been lurking foil hats, but this board wicks heat away super strong. Like, I had to get this plate off, and it was really at the end of my tools. You think the BGA isn't an issue? So I like to use the foil tape a little bit more than the Captain tape, but same effect, different tool, but yeah, it's just got tons of ground layers that just eat up the heat. I think but I do feel if I aim this at an angle like this, to where I'm shooting over these caps, and I'm almost just firing straight down on this guy, I should be able to get it up to temperature because it's so focused. This thing is rather large, and it was kind of stupid for me to think of, but I thought like, well, you know, I'll just get the board up to temp, but oh my God, it wouldn't do it. A smaller area, I think I have a better chance. So you're kind of giving me the pep talk I needed. Yeah, I don't have a way to preheat the board. There's a bunch of shit on the bottom of it, too. It's just a fucking nightmare. We can actually bring it in here, I think. Oh, no. Duh. No, we can't. I forgot it. And I thought that too, Ekin. Like, I could just remove the caps. I'm not... If I put the foil on, it basically just reflects the heat for the most part. I mean, if you put the foil across from something, honestly, there's not even that much heat transfer. I've noticed the foil tape. It's a Northridge Fix hack, and I've been a big fan of it because it seems to work. But the issue happens that eventually the adhesive stops working and it starts to blow around and get loose, or the flux gets into the adhesive and it starts fucking it up. That's the only downside, but I think I could make a big enough piece where it would be kind of a moot topic. Yeah, that's all. That's the only nozzle. I don't know where my other nozzles are. I just have a stupid little one. That's the other issue. I should have had a bigger nozzle. Yeah, but I'm trying to remember. I think there's an array of caps under here. So I'm nervous about disturbing them. I do get a little violent. No, not really. Actually, with this, you got to be watchmaker mode. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you make a point. I guess I could photograph it, and if I did disturb it, it would just be a pain in the ass, but I could fix it. I'm just terrified of disrupting this BGA. But I think you're right. I think if I'm shooting this way anyways, like, I'm going to have to go at a little bit of an angle just because of the scope and everything. So I'll have to kind of come in at an angle, and so these guys will get blasted, but they're just, you know, they're the parts I'm gonna replace anyways. These are the other network controllers. So there's this guy, and then these two pairs, or these pairs. This is the other port, works great. So fucking irritating. And then you, as you can see, there's nothing else. It just goes straight to this chip. So either this is busted, or these are busted, or there's some sort of bug in the design. I've been tempted to reach out to Behringer to ask them what it means, see if I could get like a reply back from their support, but I don't know. I feel like it's a bit of a long shot. But, you know, I have 2 weeks to dick around. Might as well, just in case. What are the numbers on the IC? What are you talking about? Yeah, I guess I could just shield it up, right? What are the numbers on the IC-17? Oh, well, you can't see it here, but it's the same as this, so. This... Mr. X in the house, let's go. Konnichiwa, my friend. This isn't it. It's I can get you the model number. It's I think yeah, I'll just look at the stupid order I had from them. Bum, 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 bum. God fucking damn it, window thingy. Mr. X, how are you doing tonight? You staying geil, I hope. God damn it, tell me you're staying super geil. Oh my god, I hate this. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's gotta be late over where you're at. Well, thank you for stopping by, mate. Super appreciate it. I'm not gonna, I just started the stream not too long ago. I finished all my packing and everything, and I was like, oh, I'll stream for a little bit. We'll get a little bit of work done that's fun. Oh, hello! Steven Garrett, welcome to the channel! Welcome to the YouTube. What was I looking up again? Oh yeah, the fucking order I just did. We get a new follower and then I just swear like a stupid sailor. Or subscriber, whatever. The terminology. Man, you know, if Mauser could get better servers, that'd be great. Thanks so much, Mr. X. Take care. What the fuck's going on, man? I'm trying to look at my last order. And it is just grinding away. Yeah, shit. They went down. Alright. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, Mauser went down. Right when I was going to look it up. Let me look at my Mauser order here. Mauser. Recent order from Monday. Did they give the what I bought? Yeah, so one chip is a pulse audio transformer signal transformer. The H200. Oh, no. That's a coil. Oh, here it is. The SN60. Nope, that's the goddamn. Arrgh! Trying to look it up. Okay. Those chips are. What's wrong with me? Am I just angry at me? Do I hate me? Dude, it's just giving me the wrong image or something. Yeah, now I don't. Yeah, something's wrong with Mauser. I actually can't look it up. It keeps sending me to the wrong link. That's what's going on. That's stupid. Well, whatever. It's boring. Trust me. Trust me, bro. Mauser is running on an ant farm powered by a hamster. I think so. They keep getting, like... I keep seeing, like... I think they get, like, DDoSed attacked or something like that. But, you know... I think you can fix those things. Yes, the SN65MLVD 204. It keeps giving me the wrong paper. It keeps sending the wrong link, but yeah. That is the money shot. I bought one. I meant to buy two. So I don't have enough to... Right, but it's... So I have the schematic and everything for it, and so that's what I was using. So I basically went through and checked every component that's on that port. I have one port that doesn't work and one port that works fine, and they're right next to each other. So I just compared back and forth. There was surprisingly not that there's not a lot of there was a couple components that were in parallel where I couldn't do shit about it, but I did measure them and measure the working one and, you know, compare, and I'm like, well, they're both showing this, so they're not out of spec. Yeah, and all I was, you know, mostly I'm just checking resistance. I mean, which is a dumb thing to check, but if it, so the belief is that the damage was caused from ESD. After replacing the coils and checking all the resistors that are that part of the interface, I don't believe that's the problem. I don't think that's what it is. So the next guess is, or the next thing left before it goes to that that Spartan is those two, what was it, the LVDS chips and that LAN chip. That's it. So, I mean, I'm flying blind because it's way too much work to try to get that thing in a functional state. And it's massive, so I'm kind of like, all right, well, let me just test every component and make sure that it's showing proper resistance, it's not shorted out or open, and it, you know, it's matching up with its neighbor that's working fine, and I'll use that to kind of figure it out. Perchuse, welcome in, by the way. No, I'd love to look at it on a scope, but there's just no way to get that to happen in a reasonable manner. It's just, it's like, no, I'm with you, mate. I would love to just be able to scope this whole thing because it would be way easier to I'd have I'd have one working and one unworking port. You're just doop, 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 doop. But I can't do that without like doing a bunch of crazy shit. And my table's just gonna be covered with boards connecting by really thin ribbon cables that I've been nervous they're gonna break, but I'm like, well, I think I know where to buy some more, so. Lusty Bard, welcome in. Good to see ya. Mr. X was just here and he vamoosed, or auf Wiedersehen. I don't think that's actually the same thing. I think vamos, or vamonos is more of a verb. No, who cares? X in, X out. Yeah! But, yeah, foil hats. I mean, I basically just checked everything. So, here's the thing. Here's something that is my lead. And I kind of kicked myself, but I'm cool with it. I was tired. Luckily, I contacted the client, and he's cool with it. You know, the repair taking a few more weeks. So I'm okay with the plan, but check this out. This is where you're gonna kind of laugh at me. So the way this chip is kind of set up, you have these lines, and then you have these lines. These have pull-up resistors here. I tested all those. And then it goes to this rude boy. And there's these lines too. And whoa! 2 in 1 day! Arnie, welcome in to the YouTube channel. Thank you for subscribing. So oh, well, the bot said it too. What a dork. Design, I make helper boards. Yeah, I know. I need to think about that. I really need a bigger workbench, but some expenses came up, and I was like, all right, I have to take care of these expenses first, and then Christmas time, I'll see about getting me a workbench. But, yep, that's right. So, here's the thing. I was kind of, I know you're going to kind of scoff at this, but I was just looking for inconsistencies. And so I was measuring these pens just, across. Just like I had to put one probe here, and just measure the resistance. Not very scientific, but I was looking for any data I could find. And I found something. And I tested and tested, and I kept finding it. So, on these pens, long story short, they all measure 10 ohms. There's one that measures 0, but the rest, they all measure 10 ohms. This one, the third pen from the right, measured 12 ohms. And its relationship everywhere else kept giving me like a little bit more resistance than this guy. It's kind of like the 75 ohm versus 70 ohm ground resistor thing, but I was like, I wonder if that's my clue that this guy is messed up. I wonder if that's my sign that, like, oh yeah, it should be the same. It should be identical. And I can't stress, too, how everything else was identical. When I was doing this moronic test, everything was spot on. So, like, all the other pins gave me identical numbers. It was kind of wild. So I kind of feel like I might have foobarred. Let me see. What you should measure diodes, not resistance, because what ESD kills is the protection diode on the input. That's a good point. That's a good point. Now that protection diode goes to ground, right? Or does it? Would I put the probe on? I put like my positive probe on ground or on the power rails? Hey, Coffee, welcome in. 10,000 ohms. 10 kilo ohms. On a CMOS chip, you can assume IOs is just a diode to VSS. Oh, so VSS, okay. And diode to ground. It turned out both dumb, but it looks network for itself is damaged. Okay. Dumb question. Yes. So I didn't even bring that up. So one of the methods I also used to verify everything was working was I measured I got a network cable, plugged it into the Ethernet cable here, and when I had the coils exposed, I basically went along and beep tested all of those. They're in pairs, so I'd always get 2 positives on the Ethernet cable, but still verified it. So I'm pretty confident that the port was good. Now here's something you can't tell anybody. I recorded it though, it's on video, so I'm just gonna do it. My dumbass, like when I was soldering this guy on, my dumbass, the shaft of it hit the plastic backing of the Ethernet. Now, it didn't cause any damage because it was part of the housing that if it were to lay on its back, it would have these pogo pins to stick into, like little deals, and I fucking ruined that. But as far as stability and everything, it's fine. I didn't, and it wasn't even that terrible. I was just so mad at myself because I was like, what's going on? And then I look up and I'm like, oh my God, what is wrong with me? But we never found out. 10 kilo ohms. I like that. So, yeah, anyways, I did get that variance. When I come back from the trip and everything, I'm going to pop this thing back out. And I'll either do this on stream or I'll do it off camera. I've already done a lot of the troubleshooting. Not off camera, but I've recorded it for video, but I'm so great at editing those things down to something that's not a lifetime. What's this? It's my magnum opus, 47-hour repair. Oh, that sounds terrible. It is! It is terrible. Yeah, here we go. So here's the circuit. So I tested all this. Tested these. I mean, I just went through and probed, and I looked to make sure. And I even had to be cognizant of the direction of the probe because I'd get alternate readings, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I thought this was one chip for some dumbass reason. Even though you can clearly see 2, but I thought it was like A and B. I thought it was like this, but yeah. You can look this up too online. The schematics are X32 compact service manual. But this is the QFN, and these are the 2 8-pin dips. This is the coil I replaced, and this is one of the resistors that was off. All these parts are inside this box. I think, yeah, and this is too. And then outside comes these guys. Oh, you know what this 10 is too? It's inside the box. But or 100. But it all seemed fine. That one, well, you know what? I couldn't test these without taking them out of circuit. But yeah, it's not a whole lot going on, so I figured I'd just replace these chips and any components that were weird, and then I'd do the hand thing and be like, done. They run some sync protocols there with LVDS drivers used as transformer drivers and outputting clock when the typical Ethernet PHY outputs data. Okay, I was kind of wondering what these were doing. I kind of suspected it was some sort of syncing, because this is AES 50, which is like a audio over Ethernet protocol. What I thought was funny was I thought you had to use gigabit, but I guess this stuff uses 100 meg, which is wild. Yeah, you bring up a good point, Foil Hats. I could scope these connections, like these pins on the Ethernet. I could just go through and scope. I guess I'd scope the differential pairs, or maybe just ground and see. But well, we'll come back to it. That thing was like a big stress booger. So I'm glad. Different pairs, 2 channels. So you would check each differential pair on a single channel and just look at how they sync. Pin A, pin B. Yeah, I get you now. Math differential. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Well, I could do that while it's still in the box. I could do that right now. I don't know. Actually, I don't have... Well, I do have. You know what? I have like a Ethernet breakout thingy. Let me use that, because that'll be way easier to try to get probe points on it than like trying to stab the probes on it into a jack. If the data's... Yeah, right. It would... Yeah, there'd be sync issues, and it'd be all look like Garbo. Okay. Well, thank you for the advice, mate. Appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. You know what? I'm gonna make that a little note. Well, here, I'll just remember it. All right. So today I started the stream really late because I was packing everything, but we could put together... I have my buddy's number wang, and I finally got what LEDs he wanted, and we may have to change the resistors that I put on there, because they may not be that great, or they may not be enough, because he wants pink, and honestly he could have chose pink or blue, and I'd be like, shit, we're gonna have to increase the resistance. Those things are fucking night lights, or not even that, they're like regular lights. They're so bloody bright. I just soldered 2 centimeter long transformer wires to the pins and then scope hooks on it. Yeah. Well, I have a little breakout for RJ45 and whatnot, but I just... Not today. Today is relaxing. When I get back, because I got to get this thing out of here, but it could give us some information on what's going on. Because like the moment you plug a cable in, it goes blurp blurp. the cable doesn't even have to be connected to anything. And when there is a cable not plugged in there, it shows that it is on that port, which it should never ever do. Now, if there was another console and you slaved two consoles together, that icon would show up, but there's only a single console. So it doesn't make any sense why it's thinking that itself is there. Yeah, I know. I agree. But this has happened with multiple pieces of equipment and so forth. I've checked the pins on that thing with a nice comb. That's why, yeah, I don't understand why it's given this crazy error. And like I said, when you plug it in, it knocks everything out. Like you can still use port B, I believe. Yeah, you can still use port B, but like, it just kind of freaks out. I don't know how else to describe it. Yeah, but I mean, I plugged in a cable and verified. I mean, I did get the beep from the coil though, so we'll see. No switches. Honestly, since I found the service manual for this thing, and it's fairly new, it's only been around for like 10 or 15 years, all the parts that I've had to look up are all readily available off-the-shelf parts. The RJ45 connectors with the XLR Ethercon, I can get those. I forgot where it was. I've even labeled it, I think, because I thought it was so funny. Full Compass sells them. They're called X20s. They're $4.47 a piece, and they're made by Neutrik. I don't know why I did that. It just sounded really funny in my head. It probably wasn't. Really funny. Yeah, I get that too. Well, I don't know. Maybe the simplest solution is that. Yeah, maybe it's the simplest solution is just a bad connector. Man, I hope I don't have to take that plate off again. That was fucking hell, man. Although I did put it on, like, a lot easier. I wonder. Now you got me wondering.
Hello, Sydney.
Because that is a good point. Welcome in, Iron Imp. How you doing? That is a good point. Why would plugging the cable in change anything? I don't know. Well, I mean, I've used multiple cables. I've used an Ethercon because they sent a couple of Ethercons with it, and then I just used like some fucking network cable I have laying around that works great. All right. Well, you've given me some thoughts to chew on, and kind of interested to see. Sid, you're looking trim? Oh, thank you. No, my hair's like really boofy. It's actually like going along. I'm going out of town for 2 weeks, and I'm like, man, I'm gonna look like crap when I get back. So I want to be able to get a haircut. I did shave. I did do a nice shave. I trimmed my stash up. Maybe that's it. I find that if I let it get too bushy, it just doesn't do me any favors. But if I thin it up a little bit, it looks kind of nice. It's not too bad. So I'm you know, I think it's the same thing if I grow my hair out, you know. I think on paper it's supposed to look good, but like the reality is you're like, nah, you look like shit. You look like a fool. Yeah, I don't know. And yeah, and I think I'm about the same way. I'm gaining a little bit of weight, I think, since I've been home. But yeah, I'm going back out of town for like a little over 2 weeks. It's gonna be the first time I've been out for a gig this long. And it's so long, I'm gonna be doing fucking laundry. Like I picked a day where I'm like, all right, and I made sure I put a laundry bag in my suitcase so I could throw all my clothes in there and go to like a laundromat and do a load of laundry. Yeah, which is fine. I mean, it's cool. I figured it out too. I had to get a bag. Like, so you can get the hotel to do your laundry for you, and I could even like bill it out to the client. But I don't want people doing my laundry. Just don't. Like, I remember when my wife and I first got together and everything, and she was like, "Oh, here, I'll do the laundry," and I'm like, you know, it's all right. I've been doing it since I moved out of the house. I kind of have a way I like to do it. I don't mind doing it. It's a, you know, thanks to washing machines, it's really a piss poor fucking complaint not to do. Like, oh, what do? You can't move the thing into the other thing? Can't pour the soap in there and press the buttons? Oh man, that's raw. So I don't really mind it. I feel like it's like one of those very, very simple chores. I guess folding it is the pain in the ass. That's the part I never like. But you put something fun on, you know, some music or you know, something to watch or listen to or whatever, you're good. Problem solved. Shut the hell up. Next topic. Nah. Yeah, it'll be some good money. I actually did the math for it because he gave me the schedule and the payment for dark days and everything, and I sat down this morning and like went through the math, and I was like, oh, I'll actually make a reasonable amount of money. I thought I was gonna make half of this, but it's about double of what I was expecting. And there's all these other little things I should be able to get a little bit more on it, so we'll see. But yeah, so it's not like it's a worthwhile journey, I suppose. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use the laundromat detergent. Speaking gigs, what's your fave? True One, Suckapex, or Hardy? Well, like, so lately I do like True One connectors. Like Suckapex is a totally different beast, and I mean that's more of like a power delivery interconnect. Like it'll break out into True One. You can have Socko break out into True One. Now the Harding, I don't think I. Oh, you're asking, or Harding. I don't know what Harding is. I don't think I know that term. Let me look it up on the old Wiener net here. Harding connector. Of course, you're not gonna show me a goddamn picture, you sons of bitches. Oh yeah, those guys. Man, I never see those anymore. Like I did when I first started in the biz. I would do load-ins for bands at the casino, like tons of load-ins. And I remember there was like this one production company, and they had like all these different like casino bands, like all these like 70s, 80s, you know, has-beens, for lack of a better word. And so you would always see their gear, and they'd use the same gear. It was a weird business model, and they had nothing but these like Harding connectors. And where's it at? Yeah, like these where you could you plugged them on and you pulled the lever and it locked it in, and strain relief was built into it and everything. It's a cool one. You just don't see it. I don't see it in the field anymore where I'm at. Yeah, we had like snake heads for the audio, and they would like fucking connect that way. You know what you do actually see in lieu of these connectors is whirlwind. Whirlwind would be far more common connector, and they have their own standard like W4, W2, and so forth. But yeah, I would say whirlwind would be far more. Would basically replaces this connector as far as in the U.S. After getting to buy, it's kind of fucked up to listen to Blood Meridian audiobooks. That's not a novel. McCarthy absolutely mentions too prone to stuff for edgy stuff. Okay, I need to roll out. Stay. Hey, Mars Bandit, thanks for hanging out, mate. Suppose the two are glued together, but it's just two. Power goes through one that is zoomed in up in the middle. What, this E connector? No. I don't think I've ever seen that for power. But I've seen these guys for audio plenty of times. But yeah. For power, yeah, it's usually Saka, and lately True One is a lot more common, and you see it on like audio stuff, like a lot of QSC stuff has True One, and it works out great because I'm thinking of specifically this one production company I work with. The lighting guy is usually a pretty chill dude, and even if not, we'll run the line. But we can run our power up for the line arrays because they're powered. They're fucking stupid. But they have True One, and we can break out into a True One, and go into the drivers and give it all the yummy juice. And the nice thing is too, totally unrelated, but they are. Those speakers are 220, and I always try to run them at 220 if the LD is rolling 220 on there. It's just an easier current load to deal with. Yeah, I bet AV is. I've seen enough pictures and stuff to kind of get a sense, but I feel like yeah, AV is has some big differences in Europe versus what we have in North America. Hey, what a dick! Oh, that's right. I'm gonna put the through hole. Man, yeah, that's right. I was gonna put all the real through hole parts in here. Shit. I think we used higher resistant LEDs on this. Not higher, I mean resistors for the LEDs. Because I think it says like 2.2, but you use like 4.7 or something. I'd like to visit Germany someday, get some the best pork and beer. Yeah, I went to Germany in 99, 2000. We just went to Frankfurt, and we really didn't go anywhere. We were too fucking confused and scared, stupid, ignorant. But We did, and we hung out in the train station all the time. But we did get, I did get some really good food down there in the train station. Strassenbahn. Yeah, so the walls I work with, like AOTO and what's the other one? RE. Is it REI or RE? Can't remember. There's like 7 companies, but they're all in the same fucking city too. It's so funny. ROI, that's it. So ROI and AOTO. So I've worked with both of those video walls, and they both take True One, and then they have processors, and those processors take fiber, and then they break out into Ethercon to connect to, you know, a string of panels. And you just chain that, and then you start another string and chain that, you know, however the lead engineer sets it up, or however they map it out. So yeah, usually it's 10G fiber, and then per processor, and depending on the size of the wall, you could have, like, you know, typically like a show I do, there's probably about anywhere from 6 to 12, maybe 12, 15, I don't know. Yeah, somewhere around that. Just depends on the size of the wall. Row Ruby, yeah. I'm not a big Row fan. I didn't care for them that much, and then I mean, it was okay wall, and then the production company I worked for, they were renting this Row wall, and then they got an AOTO wall, and the guy I work with, he doesn't like it, but I think he's got some bias going or something, because I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? This Row has a tinier pitch. I can't fucking see the seams until I'm like 4 feet from it. You absolutely can't see the seams from far away. Like, it lines up really well. And you know, it's different techs, so maybe it was an operator error issue. But the time it takes to tune the wall on this AOTO wall is like a quarter, maybe a fifth of the time. The other guy, like the other wall, they would have this guy come in, and he would work. He'd come in at, like, you know, 8 o'clock at night or whatever, 6 or 8 o'clock at night, and he'd work all the way. Like, we'd come in at 6 or 8 in the morning or 6 in the morning or whatever, and he would still be there tuning the fucking wall. Like, he'd worked like 12, 14 hours, 16-hour days just tuning the wall. And I was like, and all I ever thought was, like, I'm glad that's not my job. I'm glad I didn't get into that business. I would not be a happy boy. The rage would be real. I have an inclination to still. Row is a brand name. Row is a brand of LED wall manufacturers out of Shenzhen. Or is it Shenzhen? Shenzhen? Can't remember. They're in China, in the same city. Yeah, you know what's funny, now that you mention that? Like, before, when we had the Row wall, I always had an issue, like, trying to get my antennas. And I would have to find, like, breaks in the wall. And, like, I always had really short wires, so I'd have to find, like, a break in the wall to try to get my antennas to like, at least make it into the room a little bit. And You know, we've had this AOTO wall all year, and I'm realizing, like, you know, I was, like, not even giving a shit anymore. I would just throw them up, and they worked every time, so I never gave a shit. But I'm realizing now, like, I think it was the EMI, like, just the interference from it was so strong on that row wall, and these other walls are not nearly as susceptible. Oh, that's cool. Yep. All right, so I need to get some through holes for this to get this started. And we need some 10 microfarad caps. And I don't know. I kind of don't want to do these dumb 10 ohms. I think I'm going to cheat. Well, we've already cleaned the board, though. If I put the 10 ohm resistors in, they act like fuses and they poof. They're really dumb. I don't like it. And I can put caps in there. Or not caps, I'm sorry, tchotchke diodes. And that's what I would normally do, but I didn't here. And I'm like, oh, that was fucking dumb. Why didn't I do that? Would have saved me like so much fucking time. So much freaking time. All right, well. He's an electronics guy. If he fucks it up, he's my buddy. I'll fix it for him. Okay, so in that case, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 diodes, 2 10 ohm resistors, and 3 10 microfarad capacitors. Let me get those parts, and then I'll. But we'll do the power connector first. I just realized, like, oh, that's actually going to be easier. %, wow. You know, my favorite thing about video walls is how much ungodly amount of power they take. Ungodly, dude. There's like a show I do where they have like the biggest, they use the most of the wall. I think sometimes they have to cross rent because they need like so many fucking panels. I think they use like 400, 500 panels. And they have a power distro dedicated to the video wall. Sometimes audio taps off of it because we're nothing. We're like 7 amps, 10 amps at best. And they're at, they basically use 400 amp services. So, and they have to keep it, from what I understood, they have to keep it around 300, 350. But that's like, what's wilder to that is that's sustained. That's not like it peaks out. Like with audio, it rarely stays sustained at like its highest current. It usually jumps up when something loud happens or a bass comes in. It charges everything up and then it equalizes out, depending on the amp structure. But generally, like the older stuff, like that's all you'd see, like little bursts of current to feed those amps. But video walls, it's just, I mean, like if you go all white, that'll use the most. And but even if you have like you have video rolling and stuff like that, it's still an ungodly amount of power. Like 300, 350 amps all day, throughout the day. That's data center money. Yeah, the distro. Yeah, they have, God, I don't even know how many channels it is. It's Sokka, and then it breaks out into True One, so there's, I think there's 60 channels, maybe? You might be right, it might be 72. Because, oh, you know what? They're double barrels. That's right. So they're double barrels, so it's probably closer to 72 channels of 30 amp at 2, and they run it all at 220 as well. Or do they? Yeah. I think they do. I think that's ran at 220. So yeah, now I'm trying to remember how this works, because you have to double gang the 120s. So it sends two down that. But yeah, it's still balanced. Like, they have X, Y, Z for the 3 legs, and they just live at 100 and jump up and down like 110, 100, 107, 100, just non-stop. It's wild. Yeah, exactly. It's an insane amount of juice. And that's like one of the more common texts too. That you see is like video walls and so forth, but man, the amount of power those things take, I think, is kind of less obvious. Oh shit. Wait, what? It was 10 microfarads, so. Here. Well, yeah. Alright, I gotta do some trapeze work here. Oh wait, where are the 41, 48? 41, 48s. I think I said 5. Oh, son of a bitch, it's in a goddamn bag, you son of a bitch. Actually, it looks close to 5. Probably a little bit more. Let me take a couple away. There's 2, there's 4, there's 5. I'm going to give myself 1 extra in case I can't count, which is super likely. And then last, and certainly least, and definitely hated in some circles, these 2 dumbass 10 ohm resistors I'm going to put as fucking power protect. You know, he got rid of it, the 10 ohms, and I remember someone was asking on the the NLC help page on Facebook, was asking about like what to put there or whatever, because it wasn't really marked, and I looked it up, and I was like, I would just put some tchotchkes. You know, you just have them point to the dot. The line just needs to line up with the dot. You know, you can. It originally was 10 ohms, but you know, it's kind of. I think it would be better to put that than a 10 ohm, because it's just gonna pop. And then Andrew himself came in and was like, "Yeah, just put tchotchkes or 1N400s or something like." You know, he just was like, gave all these. Just put something there that's reverse voltage protection. And I felt pretty good about that. It's like, oh, good, I got that right. Back in my old country, we had old hydro-powered plants. Each turbine was about 200 kilowatt. Jesus. I know, right? You know, people are mad about data centers, but what about these video productions? I'm Canada, and the whole run. I'm Canada the whole run. If it's not invasive question, where are you from? And huge shows like Eurovision or MLG name midday bands that can take 5 times. I know that, right? Like those bigger ones. Although, to be fair, Well, you know what? I actually have no idea what their power requirements are. They're probably on par. Type of friends, if you live that, just curious what's originally from Latvia, moved north. There you go. Oh yeah, Riga and Estonia. I know that. I used to have a friend. I don't know what happened to that lady, but when you get married, you really don't try to reconnect with your old female friends. It's just not a really smart thing to do. So, I have no idea what happened to that lady. She probably making bacon at her bacon shop 24/7. That's not even a good meat wad. All right. Das ist cool. No, you don't. If you value your peace, you do not do that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, and the lady was kind of a train wreck. She's one of those friends I originally was hanging out with her because I was like interested in her in a romantic sense, but like hanging out with her and on these like things that weren't even like dates, but kind of dates, and I was just like, I don't know. I thought I was like at a football assembly because of all the flags. Does that joke work? There's so many red flags with that lady. It was hilarious. And I was gonna dismiss her and everything, you know, like, okay, well, you know, that's not gonna work out. But I had this buddy who kept trying to like, oh man, you gotta get another try, you know. And I'd be like, all right, dude. And I think he finally quit when we were gonna go to this concert, and she meets up with us at his apartment, and like right out of the gate, she's like, "Guys, want to do some blow?" And he like, he's a psychonaut. He's into, you know, he's no stranger to drugs, but he kind of has like a bad vibe with that, and he was like. And I was like, oh yeah, sure, went around, but he was he's I had to like calm him down and be like, dude, it's one time. You don't have to do it. It's fine. No one's asking you to. She's being polite. Oh, okay. But yeah, I think after that he was like, I don't know, maybe Sid's onto something about those flags, those red flags. Man, I'm trying to remember. There were some other funny stories with that gal. She was like right when I started hanging out with her, she kind of just went from having like a good, steady, normal job and going to college to like 3 DUIs, got fired from the job, but did sue for unemployment and won somehow. I still don't get how she won. They fired her correctly, and then she was like a dancer, an exotic dancer, and then she was like, oh God, what was she doing? She was getting into all this trouble, and I was like, oh my God, you know. And it's one of those scenarios where you're like, wow, what kind of friend am I? Am I the kind of friend that could say like, hey, you just ruining everything for yourself? Is that the plan? I mean, you got some demons in there or something? I never felt like I was that kind of friend with her, and even if I was, I didn't feel like it was my place to be like that. I think I made jokes, you know. I think in my way I tried to tell her like, hey, maybe you should slow the fuck down. Hey, maybe you should just try to live like a 1 month normal, you know? No DUIs, no wrecked cars, no fights at a bar, no you know, none of that. Just chill out. Just lay low. But you know, never did. Yeah. Well, we were just going across the street. I think we were literally gonna. I think this was back when my buddy lived across the street from this music venue that we used to go to all the time. But yeah, I mean, I'm debating like what parts to really even take, because like things got really crazy with that gal. I think the last real time I hung out with her, because I kind of met my wife like around like months or so around this time. I remember that's right. It's when I got my house. So I just bought my house, and I remember I remember this because like my bed was just this. I didn't have like a nice bed or anything like I do now with like a headboard and all this. So I just had this bed, and I remembered I laid down to go to sleep, and then my phone started ringing, and it was her, and it was like 3:30 in the morning, and I was like, what is going on? And I pick it up, and she's like, hey Sid, I hate to do this to you, but I just got busted for a DUI. Can you come pick me up? And I was like, yeah, that's fine. And I didn't, I was like, all right, where are you at? And then I didn't really ask for details, because I was like, oh, that's something to talk about in the car. But I probably kind of should. So I pick her up, and like, she incriminated the living hell out of herself. Like, she had like a bunch of stuff in her car that would smell, and this is years ago before legalization. And she let the cop like park her car. And I was like, oh, he just went right through your car. You gave him permission to search your car. Well, hopefully he doesn't find that far more severe stuff in your car as well. But I pick her up and everything, and she's like, was out at the club, so she's she's dressed like a go-go dancer or something. And I get her, and I'm like, where am I taking you? And she's living with her parents at the time, I think. And she's like, well, I can't really go home without my car. And I was like, okay, well, then she's like, is it okay if I stay at your place? And I was like, yeah, it's fine. And so when she got here, I like gave her some clothes, like some sweatpants and a shirt, for her to wear. And then I think I made her like a little pallet on the couch, and I took my bed because it just made sense to me. I was like, oh, there's no reason I should go this far out of my way. And then, and I think we hung out and we smoked some of her, she brought her hookah for some fucking reason. So we smoked some hookah, just, just regular hookah stuff, whatever that stuff is, the flavored tobacco. And then she got like a cab, or got a friend to pick her up the next morning. And after that, I think I just ran into her at like events that we would both be at, but we never really hung out. We never like did anything together again. And like I said, I met the missus around that time, and it just totally made sense to wash my hands of that. Let's see. How many anniversaries now? Oh yeah, our dating anniversary is coming up. What year is it now? 2025? Yeah, I think in a couple weeks it'll be 15 years since we started dating. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. That's very sweet of you, too. Sweet, thoughtful, whatever. I don't want to make it sound weird. Yeah, I know foil hats. That crossed my mind, and I didn't want any of that. That was kind of my fear. And I was really relieved when she's like, all right, my cab's coming, or my buddy's coming, or whatever it was. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. And I'm like, oh, thank God. I did not want to make this part of my life. I'd already wrote you off, lady. And I think that was her second DUI when I picked her up. The third one, she destroyed her mom's car, like totaled it, and she totaled it and got a DUI. So like when she crashed the car, they were like, "You're drunk, aren't you?" No. So yeah, like I said, lots and lots of red flags. Really nice gal though. I can't stress that enough. She was a pretty girl, but because I don't mess with no uglies. No, she's a pretty gal, but like she was really, really smart, and I think that was the tragedy of it. Is like she was like really smart, really ambitious, very just I'm gonna solve this, I'm gonna fix it, like that. But she went kind of nuts, and then she went really, really nuts, and like it's just kind of this sad thing. I remember like 4 or 5 years ago, I can't remember if this was before COVID or after COVID, she texted Mrs. Heresy. And they had each other because I think we ran into her at like an event or something, and they exchanged numbers. Like they were drunk. Sid, blah, blah, blah. And then she texted her, and she was like, hey, something along the lines of like, I can't hang out with you guys anymore. And I can't hang out with Sid. Sorry it has to be this way. And it's like years, like 4 years at least since we'd even seen her. It's just this text out of the blue, and she texts Mrs. Heresy, not even me. And Mrs. Heresy was, oh shit, I forgot to change my tip. Well, we'll do it with this one. Mrs. Heresy was like, what the fuck do I say? And I was like, just leave it on red. Don't reply. Just let it go. That doesn't make any sense. And at this point, I'm half afraid it's going to turn into some money scam. What the fuck? Am I? Oh. I'm not even gonna tell you what happened. Oh, the solder was going the wrong way. I thought it was going down. That's the one downside to not having a stereo microscope, is this thing being mono instead of stereo. Is you can't. That lack of depth perception sure is nice. That depth perception sure is nice to have. Yeah. Well, well, it doesn't really matter. No one knows who she is, so it's not really. But here's the sad part. Like, I think she had some sort of traumatic head injury, because I saw the same behavior in another person who wasn't really a close friend of mine, but my buddy was like, yeah, I don't know, and she had a traumatic head injury, and they both kind of had the same symptoms. But this gal, my old friend, she created like 6 Facebook accounts, all with these weird pseudonyms, and would dox herself. And she would tag herself with the FBI, and she would, and like, weird tags, like at the FBI office and this place or whatever. And then she would just write all this weird stuff. And I should mention, she's Jewish and her family's Jewish, but she would write all this like anti-Semitic stuff. It was like really weird and awkward, and it was like insane. Like it wasn't, the sentences didn't make sense. You just had to infer what it was trying to say because they were just run-on sentences. They changed subject and predicate like randomly throughout it. You just kind of like figured it out. And there was like all these accounts like that, and she like, that was like the last thing. She would like put her driver's license on as one of the photos, like, and it's still up there on public. Well, I don't know if it's still up there, but the last time I looked, which was around the time that she texted my wife, we like looked up and found all her accounts, and they're just like all these weird statements that make no sense, and they're super crazy paranoid stuff, like just off the wall paranoia. And that's where I was like, I think she's like, I don't think she's well, is what I told the missus. Like, I don't think she's well anymore. It's really sad. But I don't think we're the people that's gonna lift her out of this. I think our part of her story is past, but it's a weird one. It's a weird gal, and such a strange thing. Microman, welcome in, by the way. Porphyry as well, double dose. Not Missy watching PO. Yeah, right? And that's the thing too, foil hats, like, I was probably like 7 years older than her, which isn't that big of a deal, but when you're like 32 and she's 25 or 24, that's kind of a deal. And but now, I mean, at that time she was around the age that I was when I first met her and stuff, and yeah. So anyways, it's funny and sad. What up, Microman? Yeah, that's what I felt like, foil hats, is that it was probably kind of a combination. But I had a buddy of mine who pointed out this other friend of his, and this was a gal. Ironically enough, he had a little crush on her, but yeah, something happened. Like, I think she was in a car accident. This other gal, and yeah, she just kind of, I don't know how to put it, just kind of went weird and crazy, and would not make any sense or anything. But whatever. I say all that, and I do mean it. I hope she's well. My friend, I don't know about that. I don't know that other gal that well, but my friend that I've been talking shit about, I do genuinely hope she's well, and I hope she gets on her feet and gets everything that she deserves. Finds that peace, gets those demons out. It's always weird. You have friends like that you realize like they have some fucking demons, or it's like really bad, and you really are like helpless, or it's too late. They're already really in a bad situation, and there's not really much you can do to get that out. But I suppose that's just part of everything. You meet people, you try to influence each other's lives in positive ways. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But At least you tried, right? Alright, enough about that shit. Wait, what? Music. Oh, I was just talking. I was telling a story about this gal I knew from a long time ago, who just kind of. When I first met her, I was kind of interested in dating her, but like I would go out with her, and there were just so many red flags that like my motivation to pursue the relationship in any way was like, I don't know, man. Maybe just let her come to you. You know, don't break your back on this one. Don't work too hard on this one. Why don't you just, maybe just let her come to you. Probably one of the few smart decisions I've ever made. Because, yeah, that gal had some issues. There was an event and where people putting drugs in open containers of rain. Oh God, that's scary. Yeah, no way. I'm not going to this anymore and sold gear and have not been to Las Vegas. I hear you. Yeah, I just got bored with that scene. And I got bored with it pretty early on. You know, like, oh, hey, this is cool. And then after a while, I was like, this is fucking loud and kind of sucks. I think I judged this all wrong. Well, you know what? Let me do the... I got some, well, you know, it kind of shows up. So I got a filter on this lens. Here, I'll take it off just to show you guys I need to get 2 cameras so I could do a better A/B. But that's what it looks like normally. Shit. And that's what we've been dealing with for ages. But then I was watching a stupid video on the internet and a guy brought up a CPL lens or a circular polarizing lens. I guess CPL lens is like saying ATM machine. And I was like, well, let me pick up one. They're only like $25 for the GoPro. Let me give it a try. And boy, howdy. That was a good plan. Yeah, it really just... I want to buy another one so I can put it on this camera. Because, like, that's what the first thing I did. And I'm like, oh, I'm beautiful. And it really helped. Like, it just cleaned up the definition. And there was way more contrast and everything like that. It just looked a lot better. But I threw it on this overhead. Now, this lens I have here is not... It's just a filter lens. I can't remember what it is. But, honestly... it looks nicer too, so I just went with it. It works good if we're doing work like this, where it's getting blasted out. It still struggles, but not severely. Yeah, indeed, that's it. That's exactly it. Good eye. Yeah, I found like a kit on Amazon, and they just fit over the lens. I thought they were replacements for the lens cap, but they just scooch over it, and yeah, really, really big night and day difference. I'm kind of I want to buy one for every camera. I haven't tried it. I took the rig down because traveling, but I want to check it out on the camera that I usually have on what's it called? Jamtown, Space Station. One of those things. I love polarizing. I always have one that will fit my camera. Yeah, well, I totally forgot about it, and I was watching this video. It's kind of comical. I'll out myself here, but I was watching it was a TikTok video or whatever, and it was a clip from some podcast, and the guy was like, he's like, I thought my videos were good and everything. I thought the quality was good, and then I got this comment, and this guy was like, why the fuck are you not using a CPL lens, you idiot? You bitch, or something. Like, he was totally rude and mean, but the guy was like, but I was like, or no, he didn't even call it a CPL. He called it a circular polarizing lens. Why are you not using a circular polarizing lens, you idiot, you bitch? And the guy was like, ow, but what is that? And then he looked it up, and he's like, oh, wow, I absolutely need to get this. He's right. And then, but the funny part was he went back to the comment later on, and he's like, hey, I don't know exactly what your intent was, but thank you so much. That really helps. I didn't know. I went and got one of those, and you're exactly right. They're complete game changers. And the person was cool back, like, oh yeah, all right, cool, thanks. I considered it a lesson in dealing with hot comments, which happens a lot. Used to do art photography on film, even had some pics in the gallery. 3 levels of indie and CPL was my go-to, and anytime. Nice. UV as a lens protector. That's a good idea. Man, now I'm hungry. Well, probably wait. I don't know. I do have a sandwich. I have half of a sandwich. But I also have Mrs. Heresy coming home. But then when am I going to eat that sandwich again? I don't know. No, wait. I'm probably going to go to bed early tonight. Because I'm a fucking dork. I got to get up early. You lose stops of exposure, but they clean up all the glare. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. Like, I mean, this is an ND filter, but still, it's looking pretty sharp. Oh, damn it. I did this wrong, didn't I? I did. All right. I got another chance. Wait a minute. There we go. Oh, I did have it right. I'm just dumb. That's cool. That's fine. It's okay to be dumb. Oh, shit. Okay, good. I thought I was dumb and couldn't count. That wouldn't work out. That'd be bad. Alright, I think that's it. What the fuck is that? Is that like a... What is that? Oh, shit. Dumb. Oh, wow, that's a print error. Look at that. Somebody sneezed. Okay. Let's put this in solder. I don't know. PCB PCB holder 9000. Not work. A drool, a sneeze, a burp. Let us not judge, unless we have stones to cast. Then we shall judge effortlessly. So we're listening to Jay Nothing live right now, by the way. We normally listen to a VOD, but honestly, he was hitting it so good. When I tuned in, I was like, oh man, I don't want to wait 14 days to listen to this again. I'll just listen to it now. And here we are. So the Logorrhea is absolutely amazing. So many possibilities with that thing. I liked it too. I thought it was a really interesting design. I kind of intrigued with the lack of knobs, you know, and pots, and just using CV. I mean, I have modules that do it that way, but not the whole goddamn thing. But I do dig it. Dig it. Dig it. Beer as an offering. It's a bunch of VCAs. The Logorrhea? I thought it was a bunch of bandpass filters. Am I thinking of the wrong thing? Oh, come on. Get in there. There you go, you bastard. Using the old knife tip. Thank you, Bob Seeger. It's a bandpass filter, but none of them do anything until you open them with voltage. Oh, yeah, because it goes subsonic. I thought it went subsonic. I thought it wasn't like actually. There's VCAs opening into it. I'll have to look at this design. Now, I fundamentally misunderstood how it worked. At a fundamental letter, but there was no fun. A little bit of mental, though. Actually, lots of mental. I don't know if you're still in the chat, Iron Imp, but I'm gonna go see Boris, I think, at the end of this month when I get back. I have to get some fillings done that same day, but I think my mouth, the Novocaine, should wear off in time for me to enjoy some heavy rock. Oh, okay, you might be right. Maybe that's where I'm. I'll look at it here in a minute, because I think I wasn't getting how it worked, and that's dumb. But yeah, I do like the Logorrhea. I remember we used that pretty quickly in Space Station when we first installed it. So I was like, this thing is pretty fun, lots of animation, lots of movement. Actually, I could just leave this in here so I could tweeze these things out. Where's our little jar of shit? jar of shit. Oh, man. Okay, now this didn't work. I was trying to put these in here. Man, I was talking to this friend of mine. He's a professional musician in a band, and he's been doing it for like a long time. And I always enjoy kind of picking his ear on the business as well. He's very, very business savvy and oriented and so forth. But he was telling me about how they went to Europe and they basically got totally hosed by the tour manager, I think is who the culprit is in this story. But like they were on, I think it was, God, I can't remember how many shows it was. I think it was like an 18 show tour. And after everything was paid and done, and he's really not, I don't think he's counting the investment to merch, so that's not added into this, otherwise it would probably be worse. But he told me that he basically made $900 for like the whole month and a half or whatever that he was there, and like after all the costs and everything, he got like nothing really much. Like he's like, I basically broke even, which is not the plan of it. And I did ask him about the merch, and he's like, well, he goes, that one's a really razor thin profit margin because we have to kind of guess how many, he has to guess how many they're going to need, and if you get too much, then you got this shit just sitting around, blah, 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 blah. It's raw. Kind of glad I don't do that. Because that would be me. Not making making $900 for that much work. Yeah, I was using LFOs to modulate them, and it sounded pretty yummy. Let's give a little bit of soaking. Let's go to the non-linear circuits page. Boink, and get rid of that, and get rid of that. Oh my god, I'm so glad I can get rid of these tabs. I have tabs still on that projector that we were working on. Fucking not anymore. I got normal, healthy number of tabs. Oh my god. Oh, here. So, I don't think they were trying to roast me or anything. I think they genuinely just, this is funny and I should tell, but I can't remember exactly what it was. Someone came into the channel and they were like, I was playing this game and you kind of remind me of one of the characters in the game. And they listed it and they gave me a link. That's right. They gave me a link to the character and I hid it in my work tabs so I could run across it again for just this moment. Are you ready? Now I don't see it personally. I don't have the cleft chin, and I don't know. Maybe I got a big schnoz like that. It's kind of big. But, I don't know, you know, no mustache. I do like the hair, though. I would like that to actually become my regular, deal, but... Looks like a very expensive haircut to keep up, and I don't want to do that. The guy who does my hair, he's a older dude. I like this cut he gives me. I don't think I want to go too wild with it. Have him like have to sculpt something crazy. Let's see. What am I doing again? Oh yeah, we're looking at the Logorrhea, let me go. Magnifico. Nobody like me. He's just a poor boy. Monstrosities. Now I get it. And you're right. So I thought this VCA was being used to create the filter. Because you can create filters with like transconductance, you know, OTA shit with VCAs, but your take is 100% what's going on. I didn't realize that. So yeah, it's just taking the input-output and running it through these VCAs. So when you don't have signal, they're all neutral or closed, and so nothing passes through until you shit some CV into it, and then you get your wiggles. Yeah. So based off of the value of F2, you can get these different caps, which I've seen that before. But yeah, I was stupid. I thought this was how the filter was being made. I don't know why I thought that. It's kind of dumb now, but you know. One thing that's always going to be true is I was dumber then than I am now. Oh, look at that. I just got smarter. It never stops. They do all kinds of weird shit when you hit them with the audio rate. Oh, yeah, I bet. Well, that's why this thing would be fantastical for something like that, because you could really go nuts. Send it audio rate. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to do that. Next time. Okay. Well, all that's left is the bajillion jacks and the bajillion LEDs. Man, I'm so worried these are going to be brighter than the sun. They're just going to blow. They're going to, because he wanted pink, and I'm like, oh no. I even almost thought about not bringing up blue and pink as colors, but I was like, I can deal. I'm not a baby. Not anymore. Not since the courts ruled against it. What are you finishing? The number wang. That's the number wang. This one's this is by far, honestly, my favorite version of the panel, because you have this Magpie modular has way funnier things like Shifty 6, square root of 2, Twentington, Not 4, Sync Colossan, and then you have like whatever the fuck that symbol is. 47.5, -1 pi. It's at these ridiculous values. And I had to explain to my buddy about it. I was like, hey man, so that you know, because he was asking like, what color should I do? Because he was thinking about putting different ones, and I'm like, hey man, just so you know, this isn't a random generator of any sort. You could repeat everything because it's just a binary encoder. You have 4 inputs, and I explained that 1, 2, 4, and 8, and depending on whatever that is, they add up, and that's which one lights up. And I go, the only thing that makes it wild is that you have a sync thing that's an enable, disable, or a latch function, and it'll freeze on the last value until that goes back to low or high. I can't remember exactly how it works. It goes to the other state, whatever. And then it starts reading again. So you can kind of get some weird shit with that. But I was like telling him, like, but it's 100% repeatable, programmable, and you can get some consistent patterns. The 32.1? I was gonna get that thing. I was gonna run 2 between the let's see. No, there's a ground tap. It's a shared ground tap, but it's there. These jacks face this way, these jacks face this way, and then there's center tap. These face this way, and then you got your center ground. Is that what you're talking about, or am I totally blowing what you're... Well, I mean, you could do that if you wanted to. Like, I used to get these jacks that didn't have the ground pin. They just had like a tab. I don't know if I still have any laying around. And so what I would do is I would solder them in normal, and then I would run a wire to connect all the little rings on. Like, I'd turn them 90 degrees so I could just run a wire down it. And then I would, I'd have the wire hook down on the end, and then I just have it touch, solder it to one of the grounds. And it worked pretty well. It was like really gross if you had a jack fuck up or anything. Like, I couldn't get rid of those jacks fast enough. But, you could do that. It's doable. Oh, shit. No, I think... Uh-oh. Look at that. We got Sleepy Developer in the house. Bill Coleman. Man, I thought I had more jacks than this. I guess they either fell out or I was fucking wrong. Sleepy, how you doing, mate? We're having a little surprise stream. I thought I was gonna be spending the whole day packing, but I really just spent the whole morning packing. I got all my chores and all my things I needed to do out of the way. That's getting loud. So I was like, well, I could like doom scroll and fuck around on EVE Online, or I could stream for a bit and get some work done, kind of hang out, relax, chill, catch a vibe. Getting a few more vintage computers in soonish, one with a working floppy drive. Got a few lots of discs from eBay and hoping to do some data archiving. Ooh. That sounds fucking cool. Kudos, mate. Kudos. Alright. I need to get more jacks. I'm kinda, like, stupid hungry now. But if I can wait, like, 2.5 hours, which I don't think I can, I think I'll die. I will pass. Oh, you know what I do need to do, though? I do need to reach out to the owner of the DJX. And maybe if we get this done... Oh, you know what? We have the envelope follower, too, to work. I don't know. I do need to work on that some more, but... Ugh, not really in a hurry, to. So how many jacks is this? This is 16... 17, 18, 9. Oh, you know what? This does this. Oh, no, it does. Well, yeah, it does the shared thing, too. Like, I have to do that with. Oh. Motherfucker. Well, you got the point. I'm not going to show it. I'm going to humiliate myself. Alright, so 16, 17, 18, 19, 20... 21. Or 21. 20. Yeah, so it's just like this, but it would have like a little tab and a hole, you know, like a through hole, and then that was it. Man, it was in an older setup, so I think it's gone, but yeah, it was cool. Oh, you know, are we gonna use these nuts, or should we use the hex nuts? I'm not sure what the client would like. Let me text him. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just do whatever we want. I have plenty of, I don't know. Well, you know what? We'll fuck with it later. I'll just put them all on the ground and I'll clean it up. Oh, a ball. These nuts. Yeah, I couldn't get rid of those guys fast enough. Those jacks. I bought them, I think, from like Tata or something. I can't even remember where I got them from. Maybe Small Bear. And then they came in, and I was like, "Oh, these aren't what I want, but I can make them work. And they're here, so why not?" Let's do this in groups of 5. How you doing, Oddball? Having a good day, I hope. I'm leaving for my gig for 2 bloody weeks tomorrow. And I do plan to try to stream from the hotel, but I'm not optimistic it's going to work. But, you know, whatever. Give it a try. But today, I thought I'd be spending the whole day packing, and instead I got everything done like in 4 or 5 hours. So I was like, oh, guess I'll stream. Seems more productive. So, yeah, it's a long gig, too. It's 2 weeks. I've never packed so much clothes in my suitcase before. And I'm gonna have to do laundry, even though, like, I just don't have enough. I've kind of been thinking in my head, like, I wonder if I should take some things out to, like, favor weight, but I don't think I'm going to be over the weight limit. If I am, I'm just going to bite the bullet and pay the $40 or whatever it is. But I think I'll be all right. I don't think my shirts are going to... 4 more shirts and socks. Yeah, I just don't think it'll do it. But I have put a bunch of other stuff in my other kit, so I can at least have a little bit of weight, less weight, or more distributed one, I guess. I'm a little light, so my legs, but there you go. I don't know, I was looking at the venue, I was trying to do some research, and there's like no real arcades anywhere. And I do have several dark days as well, so I'm like, what the hell am I gonna do? I'm like, I guess I'll find something. I don't know. I brought like I brought a mouse, so I figured like a nice, well, one of these mice, which I like to use. And I'm like, well, maybe I can play some video games from my hotel, and that'll be fun. Oh wait, 5, 10. Oh hey, we're at 21. 21. Wait, had it San Antonio. Yeah, my mom actually brought up, she's like, oh, you can see the Alamo again. I'm like, again? What are you talking about? Don't you remember? We went to the Alamo? And I'm like, nope. Don't remember that. Kind of questioning if it really happened. So I would have remembered my Pee Wee Herman joke that everyone tells. So, Don't know. Do some sight, but there's nothing to see. It's Texas. No offense, Texas, but hey, Oklahoma is not much better, but it is. Shots fired. Let me get some leads. Oh, wait. Put this away real quick. Derp, derp. Actually, let me just pull the pink bag out because I can see it right here. Booyah. Man, I really want that sandwich. The more I think about it, I'm like, I should eat the other half of that sandwich. Maybe I should just drink liquids. It's probably healthier. Oh, 8-bit guy? He lives in Dallas, Fort Worth. Well, then I assume you also may know that geographically where those two are. San Antonio and DFW. D-Town. And man, is that guy like quit doing content? Like he doesn't even put out videos very much anymore. I did find, the arcade restoration channel, but that doesn't even put out much. And it's like, I mean, it's fun to watch like restorations, but it's not like my favorite content in the world. Yeah, it's really, really large. It takes a long time to get from one side of that city to the other. And the best part is, like, the roads are so stupid there. Wait a minute. Are we going to meet on one of these? No? Wait a minute. How is this working? Hold up. I already made one of these. I shouldn't be confused. Oh, I'm just a little slow. That's all. Wunderbar. Wunderbar. Oh, god damn it, Sydney. Come on, buddy. Come on! Use that big, beautiful brain of yours. We'll use whatever you got left. Use it or lose it. Use your illusion. Man, I might... Oh, shit. Well, that's gone. Man, I kind of wish these were lower. It'll be alright, right? Oh, man. This could be a lot harder. If I try to do this later. Yeah, all the freeways, like, all run into each other at the same time and in the same spot. It's just pure nightmare fuel. Man, I kind of don't like how this is off-putting my... Alright, I think that's good. Let's see, can I get this a little bit? It's a little bit better. It's not a bunch bit better, though. Son of a bitch. Yeah, so these are shared. That's funny. Oh, maybe not. Austin's not too bad. It's kind of burnt out, you know? Like, I haven't been in a couple years, but I used to do a gig that was right by the river and everything. And so you just cross this bridge and then you could go and get into trouble, you know, and all that. And my issue really was just like, I don't know, it's just kind of, it just wasn't much to do unless you want to go to bars. Which, I mean, I like that, but like I don't know, I've kind of gotten more and more disenchanted with bars as I've gotten older. It's just like you're sitting there and you're watching whatever the dumb shit they have on the TV, and it's a real crapshoot if it's going to be good. And, like, I don't really want to make buddies, so there, you know, but so you're kind of like trying to just mind your own business and stuff, and I don't know. Just making less and less sense to me these days. Was it the weekend? Oh, gosh, I got a funny story for you guys. I totally forgot about it. So this weekend, you know, the Saturday stream, we ended a little bit early, and I went Mrs. Heresy. Oh shit! I forgot to look at how these sit. Yeah. Mrs. Heresy and I, we all and a buddy, we all went out and went for a little night out on the town. Went to some bunch of barcades and had a lot of fun. Yeah, I saw that. I was all bummed you weren't on. And I went to. Well, thanks, mate. We went to a bunch of different places. It was really fun. We actually had some really good pizza. But the next day, I said, "Hey, Lawn Dog, welcome in." I hope I didn't just miss that. I feel like that was there a while ago. Maybe not. Well, welcome in, mate. I hope I didn't see your message too late there. I think I don't know. But then, so we went to this other place, and eventually we went back to hey, there you go, mate. We went back to our house, Angie and I's place, you know, and we took a Waymo, and which I like to take those. Although lately I've been kind of burnt by them, but overall my experience is good. And and so we get to my house. We get to my house. We get to our house, Angie and I's house. Well, that's her name. And Mrs. Heresy and I's house. And we get in, and like we're hanging out, and then Mrs. Heresy is like, "Where's my phone? Where's my phone?" And she's been drinking, so she's kind of like, "I don't know." But I'm like, "What do you fucking mean? Where's your phone?" And she's like, "I don't have my phone. I think I left it in the car." And I'm like, "The car's gone." And she had an Apple phone. So I just pulled my phone out, and I'm like, let me see if I can see it. And sure enough, it's like driving down the road. And I'm like, oh no. And so I contact Waymo, and we're like, yeah, we left a phone in the car. And they're like, okay, well, you know, they take some info down, and they're like, you should put it in lock mode until you know, until you get it. And I was like, oh yeah, it's a good point. We could do that. So we put it in remote lock mode and all that, and they find it like, you know, they get it in the deal like 2 hours later, and they're like, oh, your phone's ready to pick up. It's in this place, and you basically go to their office, and there's a bunch of lockers, and you just put a code in, and the locker opens, and you pull your thing. So we didn't do that till the next day. We were just kind of like, we'd been drinking. We didn't want to have to take a Uber to the Uber place to get a new, you know. So we're like, we'll just deal with it tomorrow. And we did. We got it. Great. Yeah. And then and this was Saturday. Earlier today, Mrs. Heresy sends me this picture, and it's these 4 gals taking a selfie. And one of the gals was in the front seat, which is where Mrs. Heresy was. So she saw her phone, and they took a picture, and they're like, this is for you. And she just now found it, and I sent it to my buddy as well. I was like, oh my God, like the gals who found her phone took a photo. Looks like they were having a lot of fun. It was kind of, I like laughed so hard. Because, well, maybe I could show it. Do I have it? Oh, how do I have it, though? I sent it to my buddy. Yeah, this will work. We got... Here, I gotta cue myself out. Oh, now we did. We got one of these. Oh, it's so funny. I just laughed. I was like, that is pretty funny. And I was like, wait a minute. I thought, you know, your camera was locked out. It's like, yeah, I thought so too, but I guess not. And I'm like, oh, we'll need to look into that, because, I mean, maybe there's like a mode where you could take a picture or something. I mean, you can't really hack it with a picture, so... I was thinking about it, though. Waymo's got to be really nice for, you know, gals going out and stuff. Just so they don't get creeped on. I don't think that happens a lot or anything like that, but I know it happens enough with, like, Uber drivers and Lyft drivers and stuff like that. But with Waymo, the Johnny Cab cares not for you, or your appearance, or your well-being. Well, wait, well-being, yeah. Where the hell? Hold up. There we go. Man, this is dumb. This is going to be a lot of through-hole soldering. I don't know if anything in your life could prepare you for this level of through-hole soldering, but it's going to happen. So I need to push down when we... Well, shit. Let me push down now. And then... I can't see shit. Oh, there's shit. Yeah, those Waymos are the driverless cars. I am a big fan of them. I take them a lot. Hey, Tronics, welcome in. We're working on the number wang. Yeah, they did have Jaguars, although I recently saw a thing that, like, so those cars that they're the Jaguars, that Waymo has, I guess that was like their Jaguars like move into EV and all this, and it kind of didn't go well or something. And the number I saw blew my mind. They sold 6,000 of those cars total in like 5 years, and Waymo bought half of them. I'm like, that's insane. That's not good. But I did hear they set up with like another company like Hyundai or Honda. I want to say it was one of those. I could be wrong, but there's another auto maker that's going to provide vehicles for them. But I felt kind of bad for Jaguar because I really like that car. I even looked them up, but they're like 60 grand. They're way too expensive for a car that, you know, just driving around. But like overall, the quality of the build was there. I thought they're really well-made vehicles, just from the amount of traffic that they see. And like the stitching's good, the upholstery's good, the flooring, all that stuff's in good shape. I don't know how much maintenance they have to do, but it you know, doesn't show. Electrical problems? That wasn't an issue at all. No, these cars are good. The other issue, though, is that they have like a big giant moonroof that's non-closable, and in Phoenix, that's a don't even bother, because you just bake like a fucking potato. It's like a greenhouse in your car all the time, and you can put shades up, but they just make it a little less worse. It's still like terrible idea. Great for California, I bet. In fact, I rode in a couple cars in California, like Teslas and stuff. They have the same thing, and I really like it, but it's like does not work in Phoenix. If you can afford the payments, you can afford right? Not the Jags. Well, these were made within the last few years. They're like Cash or whatever. They have a weird name. Tronics, I've also been thinking, I also have been thinking, shouldn't there be more Teslas on the road after 20 years we have seen? Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Like the longevity of EVs has always been an issue with me. As far as getting one, it seems like, you know, you could buy an EV vehicle or you could buy an iPhone, you know, they're going to last about the same amount of time. It's kind of the impression I've gotten, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm sure they're not terrible, but and I know I'm positive others are better than some and all that, but that's been one thing that's kind of pushed me away from them is just you know, having to buy a new battery after so many years, and regardless, like this isn't even a Tesla thing. It's all EVs. Their batteries will eventually fail, and it's like a multi-$1,000 part. Yeah, and I mean, and I know that Teslas are pretty expensive to get repaired and maintained. At least that's the information I've seen out there. Like getting a new tire is like $400 or something outrageous. Like a brand new tire is really expensive. So, but you see that with other cars too, but that have in the past. But I don't know. Get a Prius. Yeah, Priuses are the first cars I ever noticed that where the battery, you have to replace the battery, and people are like, "Whoa, that's expensive." Mass Tesla graveyards, if they cup holds break, you have to trash the whole car. Yeah, right? At least I never see them. You would think that they would be much more. They are common in California. Like, I'm not joking around. I rode around and saw so many fucking Teslas when I was there the last month. It's not knowledge. Shit, I lost where we were. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, like, California is a great place for a car like that. There's plenty of charging stations everywhere. Again, that whole moonroof I was talking about is super nice in California. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Can I don't know if I even want to bother. Oh man! All right. This sucks. We gotta fix this. I lifted up and I was trying to get it to sit flush, and it took all these jacks out. Wait a minute. Maybe I can get. Okay, there's just one out. Maybe I can get this back. Maybe there's hope. Little safe cracking here. We're back in business, boys. Boys and girls. I'll tell you what. Well, yeah, actually I want to do the LEDs first, so. Alright. Try again, but try not to be an idiot with it. There we go. There's force. I just need this to sit nice and flush. I'm going to do the same thing up top. Oops. I'm just going to attack these. I'm not even bothered to throw it under the scope. All right, that's actually feels a lot better. Yeah, let's do the LEDs first, and then we'll do the we'll snip those off, and then we'll do the jacks. It'll be amazing. I want a slate truck. Okay, mate, take care. Oh yeah, no, Londog, I'm familiar with Chinese EVs. I've seen a lot of videos out from that. Those are amazing, and the price, yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm interested. I'm interested because it's like the cars of the future kind of thing, like voice control and all this kind of shit. Like, yeah, it's. But I'd have to learn Mandarin, I think. Or Cantonese? I don't know the difference. The China Show is the name of the guy that lives in China. Oh, cool. Hydrogen cell cars are still they're working on it. I can't remember. I want to say some major manufacturer has one in production. Maybe, I don't know. American white guy married, China's going to have children. Oh, cool. Yeah, no, that's cool, mate. I like that. I like, there was a documentary by Gamers Nexus. They do like computer CPU reviews and so forth. They're mutuals of Louis Rossman and things like that. It's a cool channel. And the guy that is the main dude on it, well, they did, I should put it better. So they did a really cool expose story on the AI chip trades in China and the U.S. And it's a really long story. It's like 3 hours, but I loved it. I watched it when it came out. There was a whole controversy from Bloomberg and blah blah blah. But the part that I enjoyed the most out of that whole video, and this is one thing to keep in mind. So I can't remember his name. I think it's Mike or something like that. So he goes and through this whole thing, and he talks to these people. He's in China. He's talking to universities and people, that harvest the chips, like all these different points, all these different methods, and all this. And like I've like floored when he goes up and they kind of frame the deal, and he like his channel just kills me because it's good and it's bad. He always wears a t-shirt and he hangs his mic off the t-shirt, and I'm like, I mean, that's how you're supposed to do it, but oh, it looks so bad. But anyways, he did this interview, or he did several interviews, and he just starts off by speaking Mandarin or Chinese or whatever. And he's like, he's just speaking directly to them, and they get him. They understand what he's saying, and he understands them pretty well. Now, he does have a translator as well, and there's several times where he calls out to his translator. He's like, I'm sorry, what? Or how do I say this? Or whatever. But more often than not, he's very fluid with speaking with these people. And it really helps the whole authenticity of the story, because you always wonder when there's a language barrier, if someone's saying something behind your back, or things like that, or even if something's lost in translation and all that. So there's that aspect. But with him knowing the language, the whole thing just took on a way bigger power. And the other part of that, so the interview, like the whole article itself, had like a lot more meat to it, in my opinion, more fact to it. And then the other part that was really fucking cool, and he just dabbled it in. He said they might make a video on the topic. I need to look up to see if they have. But a lot of these people, this is the first American they've ever seen. And they're curious. A lot of these people are curious. And there's several moments in the movie, or in the documentary, where they're just asking. Like there's one I remember and he even points it out too, where they're like, where are you from? And he's like, I think he said North Carolina. And they're like, And one of the guys is like, "Oh, Michael Jordan," and they're like, "Yeah, Michael Jordan." And hopefully I'm getting the place and state right. I'm probably wrong. People are yelling at me. No, it's Connecticut. But you know, there's this bridge and so forth that they're, you know, that's drawn, and it's really cool. I'm a real sucker for that. I find it really wholesome and cool when you have two different cultures just kind of getting to know each other and chatting, and you know, there's none of this garbage politics or anything like that. It's just two human beings from two different parts of the world going, "Hey, I heard you guys do this. Is that true? It's kind of true." You know, like that kind of exchange. I fucking love it. I'm such a fan of it. I'm so for it. And there's lots of parts of that in there. So anytime I can find like YouTube channels or vlogs or anything where they're bridging that gap, I'm kind of into it. And it's such a cool way to learn about a different culture or a different part of the world. There was this one guy, I can't remember his name anymore. He kind of went weird around COVID, but prior to that, I used to watch him, and he was like I think he was British. I think he had a British accent, but he was like really into Russia, really into the USSR, the former Soviet Union. He knew a ton about it. He read like Dostoevsky and, you know, or like, you know, he was just, or maybe that's the wrong author, but he was, you know, Kafka or whatever. I'm trying to think of a Russian author, but he was really, really, yeah, Dostoevsky is Russian. He was really, really into Russia and the history and the culture. And he would make these vlogs where he'd go over there and just go to these little villages or go to these towns or see these churches and like all these things about Russia that I knew nothing about. And it was so cool and so neat. And it's such a really, I grew a big appreciation for the culture out there and you know, outside of the big cities. You know, these were like little villages and stuff, a very rural vibe. And he's like going and hanging out with, and everyone's nice to him. You know, everyone's so cool, and they come in, have a shot of vodka, have some tea, you know, some coffee, whatever. You know, I've got some food. Mama, give the man some food, and you know, it was this really cool culture. And so that's when I first noticed it, and then I've kind of kept going with it since. Now you guys have totally reminded me that I should go back to just eating that all the time. Did they finally win that lawsuit against the company that took the video down? I don't know what we're talking about. Sorry, I read that too late. Oh, wait, you're talking about Gamers. Yeah, no, they got it back up. I watched it on a repost channel. Like someone else reposted it, and so that's how I watched it. And I keep meaning I need to do that. I need to see if they still have merch from that whole thing, because the merch was cool, like the T-shirts and stuff. I thought they were cool. There's a lot of other things that were pushed sideways and a bunch of infrastructure. Bald and Bankrupt? Yeah, maybe. I think that was the guy's name. Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah, I liked his videos. He got a little weird towards COVID time, but like all that aside, I loved it. I loved him being able to speak Russian to the people, and then like giving it, you know, either having subtitles or talking to the camera and going, "Oh yeah, she thinks that this is a really blah blah," you know. I love it. Yeah, that guy was great. Do you still follow him? Is he still making content? Because I fell out of the loop, and so I haven't seen him in a very long time. And still making me okay. Well, I'll try to look him up again, see what he's up to. Yeah, I found him. He was going into whatever the zone, the I'm saying forbidden zone, but Belarus and so forth, near after Chernobyl, and I found that amazing. And there's what's crazy, I remember too, he found this little tiny village that had been completely abandoned, but there was like one dude that lived there. And I guess the truck came through like once a month, and he would get provisions and whatever. I don't remember how he got his money though, but you know, and I mean it was complete poverty, like no plumbing, no electricity, very shack-like home, but you know, that's how some people live. And I remember he brought up that there was a graveyard nearby, and Russian graveyards are kind of interesting. How there's a lot of structures and so forth around it, and it's very ornate. And they usually have a photo of the person and whatever, and there's always like, and it's very customary. Well, from my impression, anyways, to you know, have a shot and then leave a shot on the tombstone, you know, or share a drink, and there's like a little bench too. That's right, there's benches in these graveyards, and it's specifically to sit and, you know, either, you know, have some vodka or just reminisce or talk or to the dead or whatever, you know, to the tombstones. I thought that was a really cool thing. I always found that fascinating. Yeah, I know. People still living. It was Belarus where all the fallout ran to. I think it's Belarus. Man, I'm really talking out of turn. But yeah. Anyways, I really enjoy that kind of stuff. When I was 22 or whatever, I went overseas to Frankfurt, Switzerland. Well, we just drove through Switzerland and Italy, and then later Malta, and I lived there for just a little over 3 months. It wasn't very long, but there's a saying of you know, if you really want to learn about your home, leave it. And so true. Like, I learned so much about how different America is to how the rest of the world operates, or at least Malta and Germany and so forth. But I'm pretty confident it carries over to Italy. Well, actually, we were in Italy. Yeah, it carries over to Italy, and then, you know, just whatever. A good chunk of the world. South America and China. Oh, cool. Oh, you know what I should do? Verify that I have these all the way through. Not only are they all the way through, they look pretty damn good. Let's find out I put them all in backwards. Hold on. Let me just... No. I would have thrown up. Off camera, of course. You know, I did that with the, what was it called? The Let's Splosh. I put in, like, the wrong LEDs. I put in bicolored LEDs for some, I don't know. Well, I kind of know why I did it, but still was stupid. And had to take all of them out and, replace them. It took several minutes. Several minutes. Let's have a dab break real quick. Yeah, I'll have to look them up again. I know Mrs. Heresy, she occasionally watches travel vlogs and likes them, so maybe I can find something we're both into. Yeah, I remember when I was in Malta. You know, we're living there. We have like a little flat, and like the first thing I realized is like American grocery stores. So different. Yeah, there's a lot of overlap. There's a lot of similarities, but it's like the main thing was like you could go. I remember we'd buy like this instant mac and cheese type deal, like just macaroni and cheese type thing, and it was funny because I was like, wow, in America we'd have like 7 different flavors of this and maybe 2 competing brands. That might be a little bit cheaper or something like that. But in Malta, there's one. And that's it. Quit your belly aching. So that's like an example of like when I'm talking about like if you want to learn about home, leave it. I remember one of my favorite things though, we'd go to the grocery store there, and since it was so small and everything, it was so nice. And I remember we would go to, like, it was the last place we went to, we'd go to the kind of butcher and cheese section area, and the deli, I guess you'd say, but I remember the lady behind there, well, it was a couple different ladies, I think, but they knew that I loved cheese, and I was a big cheese fan. And I don't remember how exactly. I'm sure I just was like, ooh, cheese! And I got really excited and hopped up and down and started salivating. I think that might have been the clue, but I don't remember. But they knew that, and so they'd always give me little samples of all these cheeses. They'd be like, oh, Sid, how are you today? I'm like, I'm doing great, thank you, Erica or whatever. They're like, Sid, have you tried this cheese? It's a mozzarella, and they'd go into what it is, and I'd be like, not yet. And then they'd cut me off a little piece and give it to me, and I'd be like a happy little mouse. And thinking back, when I lived in Malta, because there's a bunch of little simple pleasures like that I really fucking miss sometimes. And I really loved going there and getting my cheeses, my little cheese treats. Like, I swear, they were like getting cheeses, like weird ones just for me or something. Like, oh, well, Sid'll like this. We gotta get it. Man, maybe I should clean this iron. It looks really dirty. I have some tip tinner. Well, I did, and then I might have. Oh nope, I haven't. Okay, let's do a little tip tinning. Sorry. So you don't know what tip tinner is? Neither do I, but it's really good for cleaning your iron tip. Oh, it's very just incorrectly named. It's very confusing, but from my understanding, you just stab your fucking iron in there, get some of that juicy juice, Let that flux burn, baby. Let it burn. Man, it smells like fireworks. Dog, look at that. Look at that. Oh, this stuff is the best. Sid, did you ever see the video on China's glass bridge? Built a long time ago. I've seen some clips of it, yeah. Yeah, there's some amazing tourist attractions there too. Now, honestly, I'm my favorite travel stuff, I don't know, it's kind of been in between. It used to be Europe a lot, but nowadays it's been like, I really am interested in Asia in general. You know, like just, there's very few places in Asia where I'm like, I don't know. But the rest of them, like, yeah, I'll go. What do I need to do? The only thing lately I've been that's been changed, well, that's added to that is Latin America. I've kind of been, we've had a few, we have several viewers from South America. Just South America, I guess, in general. But, you know, I would go to, I still want to go to Mexico. But either way, we'll just say Latin America to keep it simple. And I've kind of been wanting to do that because there's some good shit out there. Like just food, scenery, light, atmosphere. They actually built like cities the side. Yeah, exactly. Include place dozens of buildings sticking out from the sides. Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah, we've had a few viewers or whatever, chat, however you want to put it, are from different places like South America and whatnot. And I've really been like thinking a lot lately because they'll bring up something like, oh, well, we have this food, or or oh, we have this. It's kind of like that. And every time I'm like, that looks awesome. I think if I, like with Asia, it's going to be, a lot of it's going to be pretty, I don't know. I think it'd be a little bit more exotic. But like Latin America, Central, South America, those kind of regions, I feel like it'd be more relatable, But I don't know. I'm totally just kind of talking out my ass, too. I should shut up. As an American, you can only go to certain cities in Mexico. Even then, there's still a small risk. You never know what's going on with cartels. Oh, I don't really subscribe to that belief too much. I do agree there are absolutely dangerous parts in Mexico, but like, for the most part, it's fine. There's actually some really, really nice places. Like if you had a little bit of, if you wanted to retire or whatever, there's some great cities and areas out there that are, you know, very secure, very safe. Because, I mean, the cartel doesn't generally care about dumb shit. You know, like some fucking tourist coming through looking for fucking oranges or some shit. I don't know. They don't really give a shit. It's like the same way with like the Yakuza in Japan and stuff like that. It is a threat, but it's not a direct threat to foreigners as much. Or tourists. It really, really helps though if you speak the language and you not just like, you know, textbook Spanish, like, you know, a few swears and a few idioms and stuff like that. That really helps too. But maybe not. I don't know. And yes, I know Americans probably live there. They actually travel back and forth. Yeah, I mean, it's really common here in Arizona. There's a lot of traffic between here and Mexico. And I ask people about it all the time, you know, and they kind of echoed what I'm just echoing a lot of what they're saying. Like, yeah, there's some bad places, but you kind of know where it's at. There, you know, you just don't want to make yourself a mark. I guess was how to put it. Don't make yourself a target. But either way, point is, I really like Mexico. I'd like to go visit it more and kind of get familiar with it a bit more. But I got all these other things I'm doing right now. I don't think visiting another country is going to really line up with my plans at the moment. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, 10-4. As long as we're on the same page. The words are just more precise than I can put in chat line. Oh, well, I've got, like, I can just ramble on, repeating myself over and over until I get it right. Until I get the right line. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I watch a lot of travel stuff from time to time, and it just fascinates me. And what's funny, though, is, like, I travel for work, and I hate it. I'm like, oh, no, I gotta go. I gotta go to this place or this place. But to be fair, most of the places I have to go to are not very interesting. I miss going to Mexico. Yeah, so you went... Did you, so you went a lot. Did you learn... Do you speak Spanish? Do you... You're super expat. Oh, nice. I knew a guy. Well, I still know the guy. I don't know why I said knew. I have a buddy of mine. That's his thing. He loves to go down there. He has like a little beach area that, you know, he claims no one knows about, and he always goes out there in camps. And he has a wolf dog, or I don't know exactly. It's complicated, but he likes big giant dogs, put it that way. And you know, you can really let them out on the leash. Let them off the leash out there and have a good time. They definitely pick up more every time through. I don't know. I think if I made a big travel, I really want to go to Japan. I've been fascinated with going there for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. Maybe even longer than that, because honestly, it started when my buddy, this friend of mine, he went there for his honeymoon for 2 weeks, and he had a bajillion fucking stories. And everything he told me, I was like, wow. Really? That's amazing. It was just mind-blowing. Guys, get ready, because things are about to get heavy. Jump up, because we're going to bump up, and get down, because there ain't no clown in this here town. We got another than Julie 22. Coming in with that piping hot. Won't stop. Skilly bop. Oh, my God. Freaking hot. Hooray! Oh my goodness, oh my God, we've got True Trich royalty visiting us today. Julie22, one of my favorite streamers on Twitch, longtime lover of the channel. Really awesome for you to come and raid in. Thank you so much. Hey, and thank you for that follow. Where is it? Oh, is it D-Rex 1919? Welcome in. How was the stream? What were you guys up to today? Where did you guys go today? Great Path Control, thank you so much. We, if you guys have never been to the channel before, we're an electronics channel. We focus mainly on getting people into soldering, into building stuff. There's a lot of stuff out there where all the hard work has been done and you just follow instructions and build synthesizers and stuff like that. And that's mostly what we work on. Oh shoot, the ad hit.
Brand new!
Exothermic Goblin, thank you for that follow. Hope you can hear it. I just realized I missed the stupid ad thing and it's blah, blah, blah. I packaged a lot of things, TwitchCon prep. Oh, cool. Cool. Well, awesome. Yeah, if you guys have never been to Julie's channel, fantastic stream. It's a combination of art, animation, live animation. Hontalep, thank you for that follow. Did I get that earlier follow? Exothermic Goblin? Yes, I did. Welcome into the channel. Yeah, it's easily one of my favorite streams. This is really a big honor. Have you right in. Ah, Igarat with the follow as well. Thank you so much. All right, I don't know if the ads are gonna keep running because usually I've set them for like 2 minutes, but they usually only last like 30 seconds. So I'm gonna keep lambering on what we do here. We are, like I said, all into getting people into soldering, into making, into building. Let's see, we're working on, we have Jamtown here, which is a big modular synth. We have Space Station. Oh wait, I could do it with this camera. It's not on the space station, so. But we can cut to it. No, wait. Is that it? Oh, wrong giggle. There it is. Ah, it's so dark over there, too. You can't really see it. Let me shrink myself. Well, that doesn't make it better. Either way, it's another big O modular. And that's kind of our thing is we're always building modular synths and doing crazy modular synth stuff for the modular monster in the sky. Right now, we're working on this rude boy here. That is it's an inside joke to, oh man, it's a British comedy. I always forget the name of it. But it's called That's Number Wang. And this is kind of a weird module. This is how eurorack works. You have different modules and so forth, and they only connect with a power connection in the back, but all the business is done up in the front. You'll use these headphones style cables to patch everything together, and it's kind of like guitar pedals if you ever messed with those. But the thing is, it's such a crazy level because you can manipulate so many little tiny things with it. Are there any synth kits you would recommend to first-time preps? Yeah, actually, someone asked that earlier on the stream, and I always go with Erica Synths. They're out of Latvia. They do. They have a whole thing called it's DIY EDU or EDU DIY, something like that. But they have a whole section, and it's a full. You can build a full modular synth with it. It's got different modules, so. If you need to take it piecemeal, like as far as cost-wise, you could buy them, once every paycheck or however you want to do it, because they're like really inexpensive. Like some of them I think are like $20, $30 or so forth, and it's a full working module. But what's really cool about it is you can get the full kit, and it's a really nice price. But all these modules, the documentation on it is insanely thorough, and it goes even further. Like as far as the documentation, it'll give you assembly, but if you actually want to get into understanding what's going on, what's happening, you don't just want to try to beat the man by saving some money building something yourself, you can go that route. This person, Moritz Klein, he's kind of the big engineer there. He has a YouTube channel with incredible information on that topic as well. Very well produced, like great graphics, really well explained. Never gets into the part of electrical engineering where I think it loses a lot of people, or it's kind of rough is when you get into the engineering part. That's all the crazy math. But if you stay kind of floating up where he is, where a lot of his presentation is, you can keep you out of it and do a lot of as long as you know arithmetic, you're good. But yeah, his videos are really, really helpful. They coincide with those modules as well. So all together, and they're well put together. They're well designed kits. Like the components aren't all really close together where it's really hard to solder or anything like that. They're spaced out pretty good, as best as they can be. So yeah, that's my go-to. They're pretty accessible. Like you can get them in Europe through, I think you can order them directly from them, but I think they have distribution through, oh shoot, I can't think of the guys. There's a company in Germany you can get that people buy synth DIY kits from. And then if you're in the US, SynthCube might have them. Honestly, you know what? I think I've always ordered them from Latvia direct. I just ordered directly from them, so I don't know if they have them. But either way, that's a really good way to start, and it's as deep as you want to get or as shallow as you want to get. It's the jam. But yeah, we're soldering this guy up. We're nearly finished, actually. We just have to solder in these last jacks, and then we're going to be able to test this thing. I'll explain a little bit more on how this works, but it's not terribly complicated. It's actually like a pretty common, if you know what a binary encoder is, or if you've ever messed with oh, what's the deal? Well, this one I'll explain this one really fast. This one has a 1, a 2, a 4, and an 8. And those are binary switches, so you can have up to 16 variants of that. And so that's how this thing works. Depending on which one you have, it will send an output to it. We'll get into it a little bit more when we test it. I'll explain it better, but super simple, silly. Yeah, Moritz Klein, I really like his videos. He came up on my... I saw something recently. I think someone posted it in our Discord, but he had like a really cool deal on... it was explaining this... I think it was the 808 or snare. I can't remember. It was really cool. I was watching it, and then I went down the rabbit hole of watching a bunch of other of his videos. But I digress. But feel free to ask any questions if you're curious about anything that we're doing here. Even if you think it's a common asked question, just ask it. Gives me practice. I'll get gooder at it. Maybe someday more gooder at it. Maybe goodest. You never know. Shoot for the moon. Maybe you'll get a star. All right, so where was I? I think I got these, so we got to do these. This is some nice ASMR action, if you ask me. Watching this stuff pool up is just... Oh, I love the emotes there. Let's go. And that portal is sealed. I won't do that for every one of these. The sound effects and the portal seal sound, but maybe most of them. There we go. There's another one. So yummy. I have a monitor with this, but I actually have a monitor with this and me in it. So I look at that one. That there's a little bit of delay, but and I only care if I'm doing like super fine solder work, which this is not. But and when I mean super fine, I mean way tinier than this guy. Honestly, I don't know if I have any of the dust out. I think I put it away. There's some components that are, I think I need to get a tool. I gotta get like an iron to deal with them. They're so small. Magnifying glass or a screen. Oh, so this, well, let me think. How can I? Yeah, we can kind of. Well, the problem is if I. Well, oh wait. We can do this. This will work. I gotta cut myself out though. So here's the microscope I have. We put a nose on it because he's. Well, I look more handsome next to him. See, it's like a butterface maneuver. Look at that. Right. Anyways, this is the scope. And I have it on, you use this armature to focus it in. It has like a little deal to focus it better. And then there's you have a lens and it basically increases the magnification. This one actually has like a little, oh my God, it's almost fell off. So this scope has Barlow lenses, which can increase your objective height. And that's what I'm running right now. It's I think it's a 0.75. I just looked at it. Yeah, 0.75. I have another one that's a 0.5 that gets really high. I don't use it. You do see a lot more area, but it's so dark. There's not enough light that gets to it. This thing has an HDMI out, and then the stream itself goes to a like all the cameras I have here, you saw the GoPro on the microscope. I'm using all GoPros, and then they all have HDMI out, and then I'm going into a hardware video switcher called an ATEM. Well, it's made by Blackmagic, is the name of the company, Blackmagic Designs, and it's called an ATEM, ATEM. And it's basically an 8-input, 2-output video switcher, but it also does encoding for you to go into your computer. So like all these effects here are from the video switcher. They're just cheesy little video switcher effects. I have even more, but I'm not gonna. Today's not the day to show off, really. Not to hot rod the video switcher. But it's like effectively, this is what you see here is OBS. Like I don't have any scenes in OBS or anything. There's just one scene to house the chat and the alerts and everything like that. Everything else is on this video switcher, which is really unconventional, and I don't recommend it, but I use it so I have almost no lag on looking at the scope through any of the monitors, and I'm a big hardware fan. I work in production and live events production, and I'm just like, just trust hardware more than software. So I need to make, I was thinking about it recently, I need to make a video maybe breaking down how the setup is, because I don't really, there are a few other streamers that use an ATEM. But I don't know who they are. It's a pretty cool piece of technology, honestly. This YouTuber guy, EEV blog, he took the mini version apart, which that was the first one I bought, and I used that one. The mini's 4 ins and 1 out. It only has 1 video effects, because that's the other thing with this. There's like 4 DSPs, so you can do video effects, which are pretty trivial in OBS. Honestly, it's like everything that this switcher can do is really trivial compared to like how you would just do it in OBS. But it's a big deal for it. It cracks me up. Like there's, I don't even think I have enough cameras for it, but there's a whole thing called a super source, and this thing brags that it has the super source. And all it is up to 4 separate video feeds that you can put on top of a 5th video feed. So like, actually I don't have it on this one, so I'll just flip it real quick. So this is like one of this, oh wait, I can do 6. Because I can still put me on top. Whoa. But there's these 4 boxes here. I'll get rid of me. There's 4 boxes here, and it's on a background. You can make that background a video or whatever. But again, super trivial on OBS, but it works. The other benefit is the audio is processed and muxed at the same time, so I don't have to do any time alignment, like any lip sync alignment or anything like that, because it's hardware linked from the camera sync and everything like that. Totally the Brady Bunch. Well, that's the only thing. Like every now and then, this button gets hit by. Oh well, yeah. This button will get hit from time to time, and it's for like, I don't know what it's for, honestly. I think it's when I don't have the green screen behind me, and I don't want to use that. But this will get hit because I use 3 Stream Decks, and there's one over on the side here, and sometimes I'll put a tool on it, and this guy will pop up. And I just wish there was a way for me to reverse it so that I could look, and we could just look at each other. I think it'd be so much fun. It'd be like a music video or something. But that's the other issue with these smaller ATEMs is that they don't have the there's a few video things that it won't do, like it won't do rotation, and I can't reverse an image, like flip it around or upside down or anything like that, which is just really weird. Every time they have a firmware update, it's the first thing I check and see, like, oh, did they add that? Because I have no idea why you wouldn't. Or why you couldn't. Ugh, that's nasty. But I think that's it. One toke over the line. All right. Aside from a lot of cleaning, which we'll do late. Oh, look at that. I missed that guy. Well, I wouldn't say I miss him. He's a jerk.
You stole my last bit of buttercream. I can't eat that. I need to eat it all the time. That stuff is good. Give it to me.
Israel, welcome in. Random question. Why would Saudi Arabia buy EA? For the acronym. SAEA? I don't know, mate. I don't know. All that part of the world, I'm just a little bit dead to. Just like, gave it my all. Yeah, again, I've heard that pointed out before with other kind of unique investments from them. Okay, guys, it's time for the testing. We got to verify that this thing works. Now, normally one would put all the screws on and the nuts and make it all pretty and then test it. But those people would be fools. Because upon doing so, increases your chances of it not working exponentially. In fact, since we only have 2 nuts on here, we're really dealing with some great odds that this is going to work fine. It's also like the 2nd or 3rd one I've made. So I'm getting kind of good at it. Kind of. I didn't say I was great.
There, right.
All right, let's Tony the Tiger this thing. Show it what we can do. All right, we're going to plug power into this, and we're going to play Will It Work? Will It Work works simple. All you do is, if this screen lights up, that means it works. Well, at least the power's right. We'll find out if the rest of it works. On 3, 3. It works. Now, that's not good. We should have a light. Oh, damn it. Give me a minute. I'll tell you exactly what happened. I just have to have this moment of humility and disgust. All right, that's awesome. The power connector. There's a 50-50 shot, but a 100% chance they'll get it wrong. I put it on backwards. I think I killed these caps. I think that's where the smoke was coming from. We could try putting it back on the other way and see if it lights up. I mean, hey, look at that! We didn't kill it. All right, let's keep testing it then. So first off is input 1. Oh yeah, we gotta slow this down. This is like Gabber core here. And then here, let me get a better shot of this. I think maybe. Well, maybe not. No, 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 no. Yeah, it's a little bit worse. There you go. So, there we go. Let me change the pulse time to 50-50. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Now we're going to do the gate. Cool. That works. And then I can make another gate here out of square. Oop, no, a square. But I gotta change this timing so it's... Damn you, dude. Damn you! Guys, get ready, because things are about to get heavy. Jump up, because we're gonna bump up, and get down, because there ain't no clown in this here town. We got none other than Call Me Rive coming in with that piping hot. Won't stop, skiddly bop. Oh my god, freaking hot. Ray! Oh yes, I must confess. Welcome in, Raiders. How was the stream? What were y'all up to? My cat perked up. Sorry, I do mess with kitties in a way. There's in the Twitch chat. There's a link to Call Me Right. How was the stream? What were you guys up to today? Where's the link? There it is. Why would it come up? There it goes. Yeah, I'm following you. That's what I thought. Good evening. Just met Rive and watched him mucking about with the PSU project. Just a short one on all PSU PCB put in a custom case. Oh, cool. Oh, absolutely. Oh, wow, I just noticed we had some lost frames there. Well, welcome in, Raiders. If you guys have never been to the stream before, welcome, of course. We are an electronic stream. We focus on getting people into soldering and making and building. We mostly do synth-related stuff and audio-related stuff that kind of coincides with my day job. And it helps because it's like one of the few things I know much about. But you came in right when we were testing this module to verify it worked. I did kind of damage it, but I think it's fine. Just a little bit of smoke. Wasn't a whole lot of smoke. Yeah, I'm not sure what that... I think it was the caps that smoked, but... Because that's what he does, is he uses the caps as, like, reverse voltage protection. That's why if you do put the non-polarized caps, you have to put tchotchkes in, otherwise you're going to have some problems. But I don't think these things blew, and it seems to be working, so I'm just going to... Oh, you know, we didn't check... Ah, shoot, I can't really do it. I could do this, though. Yep, that works too. Fantastic. Yeah, I plugged the power in backwards, and there was smoke coming off of it. It's for a buddy, so, you know, if it does eat it. But I do need to fix this power connector. Oh my god, that is going to be some nightmare fuel. I guess we got to do it, though. I can't give it to him with this connector jacked up. Oh, but this is going to be so hard to fix. Ugh. There's so much room for mess ups here. I'm not, let's see how bad this is. Oh, I did put 3 on, okay. Well. Well, it happens, and it happened to me. I think I can get this off with the tip I have, because I've got that Bob Seger knife tip. So I think if I just use the powers of Seeger, I should be able to do it. Are you kidding me? Guys, get ready. Things are about to get heavy. Jump up, because we're going to bump up and get down, because there ain't no clown in this here town. We got none other than DJ Doey coming in with that piping hot. Won't stop, skiddly bop. Oh my god, freaking hot. Hooray! Guys, we got DJ Doey in the house. Amtrak, thank you for the follow. I missed that? Oh, wait, that was that happened. There we go. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the channel.
Old Drippy. This is the talk with Old Drippy.
What was I saying? Oh, yeah. I'm going to give you a shout out to our boy, DJ Doey. Tuesday stream. Yeah, we stream Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. However, I'm going out of town for like 2 weeks. I'm going to try to stream from the hotel, but no promises there. But I finished all my packing, and I got everything done that I need to. And so I was like, well, I could sit around and just kind of burp, or I could stream and get a little bit of work done. And here we are. How was the stream, Doey? What were you guys up to? A little looting and shooting? Where's some pliers? You know, let me get the needle guys. Well, I just have a needle guy. Hey, man. I don't know why he has that. Yeah, no. Well, no, that doesn't work. Oh, this is going to be such a... This is going to suck. So much. Whatever. $76 and some Uno. Right on. Oh, the knife tip. I just call it that because of the song. Oh, shit. Wrong camera. Boom. But, I mean, god damn it, wrong camera again. It's my crotch cam. Crotch cam 9000, though. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. We got problems, kids. Hold up. My terrible idea is starting to haunt me. All right, back to the knife tip. Look at that. That thing is sweet as hell. I don't bring it out very often, but I had to remove some dip packages, and this is like a champion just get a little flux going, and you rub it back and forth like a genie out of a lamp, and out pops your reward. Oh, shit. Sorry there, Mr. Camera. And we're listening to the sweet jams of Jay Nothing, who is live now, actually. I think we're living the live stream. One day, no shit, next day, piano and the holders? Oh, these are called these are from Hacko. This is called the Omnivice. I got mine Christmas time last year because they had a special. I got 2 of these for like just over $100. They're normally like 60, 80 bucks, somewhere around there. And because my order was over $100, they sent me a free gift, and I got like a sweet ass coffee mug. That is still one of my favorite coffee mugs because you can put so much coffee in it. It's for the long haul drinker. But yeah, you can adjust this. You have like a little clutch thing for different heights. You open this up, it's a rubberized, anti-static, blah, blah, blah. And then you can vise it down to hold it. It is heavy as hell. If you threw this at someone, you'd be doing some time. You're going to do some time. I'm going to tell you right now. It's going to be some time. But yeah, these are great. I got both of them. I really like them. I have a bunch of different board holders. Like the rotisserie is one of my favorites as well. And then for SMD board holding, I got this rude boy. This thing is great. It has these little slides and little kitty cats. Love my board holders. I call them my boards. Well, I would just order direct from Hacko come Xmas time. That's what I was telling you. Don't even fuck with the Prime. You're gonna get the. You're not gonna get this. You're not gonna get a coffee mug that says Hacko on it in English and Japanese. That's the real prize. A discount and a cool coffee mug. Won't leave a bruise. All right, let's try to remove this part. I'm going to use our buddy low melt solder. And we're going to apply the low melt and mix it in with this solder. And then I think I can just heat it up and just kind of yank. Not real hard. And the connector. Yank the connector. God damn it, you guys. Come on. At least be sort of PG-13. Or Friday the 13th. Be a little Friday the 13th. If you could. Oh, shit. All right, that is a strong grip I have. I did not mix it with solder, though. And the failure is strong. We're going to do a little bit of that goo. Because there is no flux in this this low melt. And someone already called rip on the jack. Do we want to get the odds on that? Like, what's the over-under that I'm going to melt one of these jacks? No, come on. Gotta... There we go. Honestly, you can just start tapping it, and it'll come out. Oh, wait, I don't want to tap it because there's all these fucking LEDs. Okay, that's one. And, well, let's see. Okay, there's one, and then I can't see it. There it is. Actually, that was incredibly not painful. That was honestly the easy. We might want to buy a lotto ticket. That was way too easy. Something bad's gonna happen. Something really bad. Awesome. Nah. So now we have to, so if you've ever used low melt or you never heard of it before, I'm not even gonna like belittle you by explaining what it is. It's obvious. What's nice is that it takes a longer time to go solid than its regular solder counterpart, normal solder wire. But it contaminates that solder. So if we were to miss some of this and it gets into our build later, it's going to potentially make it a brittle connection. And this type of connector that we have here, it's not really that big of a deal. But if you were doing other parts, like, around your build, lots of positive energy. And thank you, mate. I appreciate that. It's all the Red Bulls. No. Actually, I don't drink Red Bull. It tastes terrible. Never could understand why people liked it. And then I try other energy drinks, and I thought the same thing, so. Oh, shoot. Okay, so now we gotta clean the tip with Tip Cleaner 9000 XL, extended cab limited edition. And away we go. Man, it's out of focus. Focus. There we go. Can't tell if those holes are clear or if that's just flux in there. I don't know why I chose to do it this way. This is the hard way to do it. This was a dumb idea. I could literally do it from the other side. And I'm still just talking about it. Like, whatever. I don't think we've hit that jack yet. We're getting really close. If I melt it, I get a prize, right? Oh, shit. It's not gonna get to this guy, is it? Jerk face. Oh, hey, look at that. All right. Let's just verify these are all. No. Optical illusion. Optical illusion. Optical illusion. All right, we're just gonna flip it over. I'm not gonna play this game. Not with the amount of tokens. Oh God, yeah, it's really bad. Oh man. Oh, take that, microscope. Yeah, okay. But we should be able to get it on this side, right? Ugh, it's all out of focus. There it is. All right. Let's try this again. But from this side. And we really just need to clean these pesky bastards. I feel like there's still, like, A little bit of low melt there, right? Like in the, oh, Jesus, how'd that happen? What if I should put some flux in there? Nope. Alright, let's just wipe these areas as best we can. So when you're using this stuff, you kind of don't want to scrape it. It always looks like it's being scraped, but I'm actually lifting up and trying to just kind of guide it as gently as I can. The reason is it's like a heated up piece of sandpaper. It's just not really good. And then you like scrape up the traces. When all you really wanted to do was kick out the jams. I think that's goo. Oh, this one I cut. Maybe it is. I think it's clear. I think that's clear. Yeah. Doesn't feel very clear. Let's see if we can get a connector on it, and then we'll call it. We need to clean it up real quick. Make it pretty for the wedding. Are you happy today, sir? That's good to hear. That's good to hear, sir. It's a magic day. Magic day where two pieces of metal are welded together in holy electric matrimony. I know you just came from a divorce, but you got to see the bright side. Okay, so enough of the Southern wedding planner and back to Cliffside, the Cliffs of Dover. Looks like you're clearing a drain. Yeah, I know it's high, right? Jab it in there. Make eye contact. Yeah. All right, so those things we pulled out, I threw them in the... Well, I don't know if I threw them in the trash. They may still be floating around here. Keep an eye out for them. They're trouble. But we'll just make this connector again. This time, I will pay attention to what I'm doing. No, I'm kidding. I'll fuck it up again. All right, so annoying. Yeah, you know, I figured out what I did. Oh, come on, get in there. There you go. You gotta... Oh, wait. Oh, no, this isn't going in easily here. Why am I doing this the hardest way fucking possible? Oh, this may not... Yeah, this may not work. I might have to do some more clearing work on this guy. Because this one wouldn't take. Alright. Fuck. Yeah, it looks actually pretty bad. I wonder if we can... Here, let's just... We'll try just fixing it the old-fashioned way. The way the ancient... I don't know. The Gary Oldman accent? Oh, wait, from oh gosh darn it. What the hell? The Fifth Elephant? Manuel Jean-Baptiste Zorg. I know this music. Let's change the beat. I love his performance in that. Yeah, it's too bad he doesn't I guess, although really it speaks to the magic of editing and acting and everything, but he yeah, it's too bad he didn't like the doing that or whatever. It was like I guess a favor, and I think there's some story that he was like really irritated with Tricky. I think there was some scene where like Tricky had his back to the camera, you know, they were shooting it, you know, from one angle, and he started eating a Snickers bar, and it distracted Gary Oldman, and he like flipped out, and he's like, he's eating a fucking Snickers bar. And I always laughed about that. I was like, oh wow. Honestly, Tricky was pretty bad in that one. Anyone else building stuff? Oh, yeah, Tronics. Anyone else building stuff? Speaking to people in the Twitch and YouTube chats. In a robotic voice. Now, yeah, has anybody got any builds they are working on? I know Porphyry is like a Mad Hatter, just pumping out new stuff all the time. In fact, I think I did. When I was working on the Logorrhea a couple of days ago, I had a couple of holes that wouldn't clear with the wick, and I just piled some solder in them and wicked it again, and cohesion pulled it. Yep. Yeah, so there's a couple of, if the desoldering isn't work, you can always use the solder sucker. But if you're like me and that thing doesn't always work for you, or maybe it's not the ideal solution, you can definitely just add solder. It will pull in, mix with it. The thing I find is make sure you have like a little bit of flux, especially if it's all been dried out from trying to get it out with solder wick. Add a little, or maybe you get some flux from the end of your solder actually from when you add it. But either way, leave it there on that via or that through hole for, you know, an extra beat or so than you would normally, just so that that solder, that heat gets all the way down and mixes with that other solder ideally. Ideally was the important part, because sometimes it doesn't work that way. Dude, this is still not wanting to, like... There you go, you bastard. Alright. Another trick you can do, I've done a couple of times recently that works, is just tapping it. Like, I'll just... like, go like that. And sometimes that works. It really helps if you can get the whole thing heated up and then there's still some flux there so that it's still runny and juicy. All right, we're gonna almost done with flipping this thing around. And then, oh my God, that is dirty as hell.
That's dirty as hell, y'all. Damn. I never seen it so dirty before. Why? Why is it so dirty?
No, that's not big enough. I'm trying to find something to put under here to kind of... There you go. All right. That's why I keep all this junk on my desk. It's not because I'm poor with organize. Well, okay, you got me there. Got me. Oh, well, maybe not poor of organizing, more of poor in spirit. Nah. Oh, cool. Yeah, yeah. Well, remember, like, newer stuff uses the lead-free solder. And that is always going to have a higher temperature than if you're used to using leaded. Look at these spikes there. That one's embarrassing. We're going to do something about that, aren't we? There you go. Whoa, that thing moved in like a little tentacle. That was cool. That's all I did before using the wick and flux, tapping. Yeah, a lot of people brought that up. I never did it until someone in chat brought it up to do to tap on the board. And eventually I kind of got the gist of how it would work and started getting a little bit better at it. Initially, I couldn't get it to work. I couldn't understand it, but then good old time is the best tea. Ooh, look at all this gross. What is this? This looks like fucking crap. Man, you know, when Julie's channel came in, I should have mentioned that I have a sailor tongue. I always forget about that when, you know, channels that are more family friendly come in and raid, and I kind of forget that I have the sailor tongue and not the Sailor Moon. And you know, I mean, I'm not going to stop talking the way I talk or anything like that, but, you know, at least give people the heads up. And I totally forgot about that. But whatever. Next time, I'll do much better. Yeah, exactly, Tronics. You have to be... There's a time and a place. There's a moment, you know. You got to pick your poison, pick your spots for when you're doing any tapping kind of stuff. Because, yeah, you can cause more damage. Where do you get those headers with the red end? Tata. You can actually... I noticed that he's been doing, like, crazy colors. And I'm, like, mad at myself. I didn't think of that first. I'm thinking next Tata order, I'm going to buy some crazier colors. All right, let's give this dude a try. Make sure... Well, I mean, I know it's going to work. I guess we don't have to try. Man, I'm glad I didn't cook these caps. Or nothing like actually blue, because it would be really hard to... I guess I'd have to take this jack out to get to that, and... Ugh. Ugh. All right, we'll give it one more... Honestly, we'll leave the power out just so we can keep an eye on it. Okay, red stripe. There we go. So the problem is, like, with eurorack, it's a red stripe on the cable, and that's the negative, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Red negative, no. So soldering gun, what is the other tool? Which gun are we talking about? Oh, are you talking about this? Or wait, what are we talking about? Soldering gun? I don't think I have a soldering iron. They do make those gun things. Those are like, you couldn't pay me to use one of those. Those things look like, I think I used one time to try to repair a radiator when I was a kid. Oh, the sucker thing. Yeah, you can get... Oh, well, you can get those, too. I have one. It quit working a long time ago, and I have to buy, like, a new cylinder for it, and I've just, like, not been in a hurry. I regret that purchase. Other people, they seem to get theirs to work great, and mine just clogs up all the time. But you can get one of these, and most of them, I don't know, I've had bad success with these, but then I got one from Northridge Fix, and this one actually works really, really good. So, you know, and I gave up on them, but now I'm really, really into them. All right, where's that panel? There it is. Nice. Nice. Oh, yeah. Let me show you, Porphyry, what I was talking about. Unless you already found it on Tata, maybe. Tata. Take me away from... That's not how that song goes, is it? Tata, take me away to the Tata website. I don't think that's at all how it goes. Oh, Tata, Frida. Take me away to the electronics that I look for. Header, who the hammer. Isn't there like a section for headers? Am I not seeing it? I guess I could just type it in the bloody search thing, like. No, those aren't it. Oh, there we go. Oh, but I want the pens. There we go. So there we are. Look at that. The rainbow of love shines. Oh, that's white. That's still cool. I would do that. Let me just look at these damn colors. I don't really care. They're all the same. Yeah. So I got the red, but you know it'd be sick as hell is black now. Or I wonder if that could get like I wonder if they make a double row color. I haven't looked for that. Yeah, but that's like you got to make a bunch of them. That would suck. You know, I meant to just look at what this was, and then 2x40, double row, but that's single. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe they just have color on the single one. That's kind of what I remember, but I was like, it's been a minute. Oh, that was just my horrible vision crapping out on me again. Okay, so the answer is no. But you could do the singles. And you're right, you could do like 4 rows of them if you were inclined to do so. Or Calvin Klein to do so. Yeah. But I mean, to make your power connector or your mark your negative rail, it works. All right, so I kind of want to use these nuts for this. I don't know if the Bafako nut driver works on these. Let me check the music here. I don't know if he's taking a... Oh, he is taking a break. All right. Let's go to his videos. Let's go to recent broadcasts. We're going to go to this. There we go. Oh, we were listening to it last time. Perfect. Use their blue and red. Nice. Yeah, I might buy some just other colors just to have it, Like, I was thinking it would be nice to key some of this stuff by just having a row that was like a different color than everybody else. Like, oh, well, that's the top, I don't think this fits. Yeah. Maybe, well, I don't think this would fit with the nut driver, though, so it's kind of like 6 versus half a dozen. Let's just use these. If he wants to change it, I'll give him like a jazz cigarette and go, here you go, man. Smoke this jazz cigarette and then knock yourself out. Work on this thing. Isn't that a great look, Porphyry? I love it. I'm not buying those plastic shaft, the King Poos or... No, the King Poos are the Jack, the Sung Hoi. I'm not buying those anymore. I heard that they're not making them, And, I mean, it's the exact same footprint. You get a nut, so you get, like, structure, you get stability, and then, which makes the whole experience of turning that knob way better. Way better. Like the other ones, I hate them because it's like, it's all wiggly, and you're just like, oh, this is stupid. But those, you're like, I don't know, it makes a big difference. And I mean, I like a big knob. I like to have that, but you know, in modular design, you're kind of, you have to recognize those limitations and just like suck it up, Buttercup. I mean, maybe I have a couple modules like a big giant knob for something like that, but it's not very common. Oh, we nerds. Well, I don't know. It's like when I first started getting into electronics, one of the things I did that I think was kind of goofy nerdy was you know, you start buying components, and I would buy Zycon resistors. And here's a pair of them too. And now that I think about it. So yeah. Oh wow, that guy got. Oh, is that solder? Or is that? That's solder. I thought it was a crack. So those are Zycons, and they're like blue, and it's kind of this silly aesthetic. But I was like, that looks cool. I'm gonna buy those. And I don't even know what regular 1% even look like anymore. I just imagine them all being blue. But yeah, Zycon, that blue resistor thing was like really cool, and I ran with it a whole bunch when I was doing through-hole stuff. And sometimes I would even I'd just buy components because like you're on Mauser, and you know, a lot of the times you don't even know what it's going to look like. Like the picture is a generic picture of it. And you're like, well, I don't know what color it's going to be or whatever. And I mean, it shouldn't matter, but it does. And so I started getting into that. Like I'd buy Wema caps because of that red pink color to them. And they were good capacitors. They're box caps anyways. I would buy these box Wema caps. I think that's true though with any hobby. You start getting down into the real nuts and bolts, the really tiny bits. And you know, you've got 4 options. You have to make a choice, and so you're like, you go with, you know, with what your heart says, like, oh, well, this looks really cool, you know, I like this, it speaks to me, and then you know, go for it. And you know, at the end of the day, they probably all function the same, so it's just a choice. Okay, so I guess I put one of them. Sneaky devil. But at least I can get rid of some of these nuts. I don't know. I'll ask him if he wants to change it, but again, I don't think he's going to care. And I think it'll actually benefit this build because I'm worried that well, I guess the nuts wouldn't cover up the graphics, but I don't know. Actually, these inputs are a little, yeah, like Shifty 6 is kind of almost covered up already, so yeah, it's probably good. That's weird. some are filled caps and really nice looking, used for guitar tone caps. Yeah, I have some tone caps too. I recently bought, and I keep forgetting that we need to have a stream where I replace that in the bass and the guitar. Or no, we're just replacing the guitar. I don't want to fuck with my bass. I actually think it's fine. I had never customized anything in my modular until this year, and now it's getting to a completely make from what you want into a cool. 100% agree with that, mate. Exactly. Like the being able to customize. Like I mean, that's why I loved Space Station. Is like the jacks, everything is exactly the way I want it. And I spent time and everything deciding it. It all has function. It all has purpose. Yeah, it's great. It's freaking great. Single quote, what? Oh yeah. Yeah, I have a guitar with a couple of active pickups. Actually, I think I have active on everything, even though people are weird about them. They're like, I don't like it. I'm like, what? Is it the awesome sound they make that you don't like? Is it the tone you don't like? That awesome tone? I'm not sure what I'm missing. One buddy of mine put it that he just doesn't trust guitar luthiers to make the best choices on caps. Which, I don't know if that's necessarily true, but he did point out that the cap in my guitar was crap. And I was like, you're right, that is crap. What the hell? Let's get that crap out of here. I think I need to get a new brush here. This thing is like... Oh, yeah, I should have done this first. It's like big O chunks are getting knocked off here. I'm just wiping off my brush at this point. All right, I'm gonna give that a little bit of a break. Let me work on this other side here. I'm gonna just kind of coat this in alcohol here. Maybe I'll just let it sit for a minute. Have you guys? Oh shit! I got nothing. I have a lot of single coil pickup caps do matter. Yeah, CML Supply, exactly. I was buying this off of Amazon. It's pretty decent. The last one I bought though, the cap came off. I don't know what happened, but I lost like half of the chemical, and I tried to like go about getting a refund, but there really wasn't. I don't know. It was either the whole thing gets refunded or not, and I was like, you know what? I'm just not gonna buy this anymore. I'm just gonna buy a large jug, because I'd already gone through like 4 of them, and so I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of wasting money. The only thing is, it was pointed out to me, although I don't know, I haven't looked it up, but I don't think the shelf life is that bad. But you do have to consider that eventually the flux will go bad. I don't think it spoils or anything, but man, this Kester 44 is such a boner to take off. I do not dig it. I normally don't even bother cleaning this part up, though. But since it's a buddies, I want it to look pretty. Uh-oh. Vortex in the house. Let's fucking go. Konnichiwa to you. Hope you're having an awesome night. Day night. What are you working with right now? We're finishing up this module for a buddy of mine. It's the number wang. I don't think I'm gonna get this bag as clean as I want because it's that Kester 44, yo. It's great, but it's not as easy to remove as the 951, and I think I'm pretty spoiled on that stuff. Oops, I hit the wrong pedal. All right, we'll have the fume extractor, Mr. Snuffleupagus, suck this off, just like the Taylor Swift song. Suck it up, suck it. That actually is mildly offensive. To Swifties. All right. I keyed. Changing kitty litter and doing dishes. That sounds like fun. If Flex could hold moisture or collect, I don't know exactly. Well, I mean, it's soyable, like, well, some of it. It depends, honestly. No, I don't know. Now you got me. Yeah, I wasn't planning to stream today. I'm heading out of town tomorrow for like 2 weeks, and I'm gonna try to stream from my hotel from my laptop. I didn't want to make it a big production. I didn't even bring lights. I'm just gonna fucking use the hotel lights because I was like, wait, why do I fucking care about lights? I'm just gonna what would I say? Use the hotel internet. You know what? Well, I wonder if I should bring some tape. I don't think I could, though. But anyways, I figured I'd be spending most of the day prepping to go, and I did. And then I got it all done, and I was like, well, what the hell do I do? I guess I could stream and work on that project or another project or just kind of hang out rather than sit around and twiddle my thumbs. Which I'm not really getting good at in my old age. Yep, that's exactly it. This 2-ounce bottle. Is it 2 ounces? Yeah, this is a 2-ounce bottle, and yeah, it's about 16 bucks. It lasts pretty long, but I found a chemical supply company that would sell me a gallon of it. However, because it's so, it's a hazardous material and stuff, it was hilarious. Like, I ordered it, and I was like, where the hell is it? And I got contacted by, like, a logistics person at FedEx, and they were like, hey, your package is going to show up. What day would you like it delivered? I'm like, as soon as possible. Tomorrow would be fine. And they're like, what times and all this? And they kept doing it day after day, and eventually they said, I apologize. It looks like it's still on the train, but should be unloaded soon, and the next day, and then we'll get it to our sort facility and send it to you. And I was like, okay. Wow, train must be cheap. And then that day, I was like the day of, and it was like a little bit early too. I get this call, and I I can't remember if I answered it. I think I did. I called the guy back anyways or whatever. And it was a truck driver driving a 53-foot truck. And he was parked out in the main road because he's like, I can't pull into your neighborhood. So I'm out on the main road. Can you drive out here and meet me? And I run out there, and yeah, it's this 53-foot truck out in the middle of the road, and he's holding a box with a gallon of my jug. And I was like, why did you guys send this truck? Why didn't you send like a regular carrier? And he's like, I don't know. And then I saw the bajillion hazardous material stickers on it, and I'm like, maybe this has something to do with it. I don't know. Oh, wow, you can order it direct for $8? Hell of a deal. Hell of a deal. Well, CML Supply is legit. At least in my experiences. But, I don't know, maybe they went rogue. Let's see. Yeah, man, this gig is going to be so boring. Hopefully I can get some positive stuff done, get some work done, or something like that. I don't know. Oh, really? Weird. Yeah, 3-tier stamp for my Moog and mixer. Moog and mixer, etc. Any brand name. Man, I don't know. On stands? I really don't know. I haven't bought a keyboard stand in like well over 15 years. 20 years maybe. More than that. That's a good one. I'm not sure. Now you got me thinking. Yeah, where I'm going, there's just no arcades. It's gonna be so fucking boring. I'm not looking forward to it. Whatever. I'll get over it. The other part that sucks, I have to get up kind of early, which I hate. But whatever, tomorrow, I'll get up early, I'll get to my hotel, maybe I'll take a little nap, and then I have a late call the next day. It's not till like 4. So I might go get into some trouble or something, have some fun before I have to go to work or something. I don't know, we'll see. It's hit or miss. All right, let's see. Eh. 30, I think we did. But when I'm out there, I'm gonna try to stream from my hotel room. I don't have like a huge expectation it's gonna work, but it's worth a shot, right? Worth a try. And I'm at 2 different hotels, so if one hotel doesn't work out, maybe the other one will. It's gonna be tricky to tell. Oh, did you find the... Oh, yeah, this... Oh, wait, this is what I bought. Will I dox myself here? Yeah, mine says purchased 4 times. Last purchase July 28, 2025. The one that you just linked me to, Ekin, is the one that I've been buying for at least a couple of years or a year. I don't know. Is there any chicken and beans?
Chicken and beans, y'all. Get your motherfucking album. And that mother...
Yeah, that is the CML. That's the one that I bought, and it's good.
Don't want to wear out. It's good. I don't care. I love that chicken and beans. It's a #1 hit. It rose to the Billboard Top 100 in like two days, and then it stayed there for like six months, maybe more.
Ah, fuck. I don't know where to go. Yeah, I would just order directly from CML rather than go through Amazon. So yeah, so we might be able to stream on Thursday. Oh, you know what? Not Thursday actually, because I'll be gigging that day, and it starts in like the evening. Actually, let me look. I can look at my schedule here. Yeah, it's 4 o'clock, and I work into the evening, and then I gig. So maybe Friday or Saturday. Sunday's a long day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I have off. I have to change hotels and do laundry and stuff, but I won't be doing that all fucking day. And then, yeah, Thursday I'll be gigging. Friday I should be done. And Saturday, it looks like I'll be done. Sunday might go into the evening. Monday, we should be free. And then Monday and Tuesday. But I shouldn't be there really late. So I don't know. We'll see. It's gonna be it'll probably be around 6 o'clock Central Time, 5 or 6 o'clock Central Time. So, which is like 2 hours ahead of now. So I don't know. It might be so late for a lot of people, but maybe we'll meet some new people that way. He lost mine in that hotel after that song took off. And I mean, if I can't stream it all, I'll work on some video content. I have a hard drive full of content I could be editing or finishing or whatever. So it's good. Tell you what, I'm gonna bring it up again. My wife's sick of me bringing it up. I don't know if you guys are tired of it yet, but I found this podcast where they just dunk on Corey Feldman. That's all the podcast is, like pretty much all of it. They spend like the other half doing other stuff, but it's almost all Feldman. And they've been around for like 18 bloody years. It's insane. And I just keep watching it. And there's so much content. It's just absolute hilarity. And they're pretty funny guys. They're one of the jokes that, hey, Latui, welcome. One of the jokes they said that really cracked me up was like they were making fun of Corey Feldman, saying like, oh, no, just trust me. And they were like, yeah, just trust me. Hey, yeah, I know I'm covered in glitter and I smell like banana, but trust me, I was at the grocery store. You could do an Eve stream? I don't know, would anyone, what do you mean, like an Eve, like Eve Online? You talking about that game, or were you trying to spell VCV and it auto-corrected you? Adam Fighter, welcome in, mate. Hey, Carl.
I don't want any of that. You are disgusting and very kind. I am confused and a little bit disgusted with myself.
That's understandable. Oh, you are talking about it. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I'm like so new in it. I don't even know what to fucking do anymore. I kind of just like, I have it do like a task, and then there's like, you know, a bunch of waiting time, and I use that waiting time to like clean or you know, be productive, and then I'm like click, click, click. I don't know. Yeah, we might have a gaming stream. It's not really my... I don't like streaming gaming because I'm not very good at it, like games, so I always feel a little like I'm cheating you guys on entertainment. But we'll definitely have some we'll have some VCV rack streams and some KiCad streams for sure. Stream solitaire, there you go. I might be able to get some pinball working. Virtual Pinball VPX actually runs on Mac, but it's weird. You like it's only certain games. Like if it uses MAME or any of the, it's like newer stuff will run on it. But I have a few tables. Yeah, maybe I'll look around, see if I can get some stuff for us. That's a good idea. But guys, let me throw this in the chat for you. Oh, we're gonna get an ad here in a second. Maybe now. If I snooze it, but then I'll do pre-roll. Ah, you know what? Let's do that. That's a good idea. There it is in the YouTube chat. Let me give you guys the lovin' in the Twitch chat here. It's our social media links. If you like following any of them social medias, you can. It's free of charge. I was watching a clip about a first Tron, and the actors did not understand it, and the producer told them, "You are stuck inside a pinball machine," and they all went, "Oh." I think I've heard that anecdote before too. That's funny. Let's see if is there anyone to raid over on YouTube? We always raid over to Ace. I don't know if they're still online or not. They are not, so we'll just let that be. Let you guys find your way over there. Over on Twitch, we're gonna raid over to our buddy Computer Booter, fixing consoles, fixing gaming machines. Lots of cool soldering for sure. The first Tron was pretty amazing piece of filming. Yeah, I watched a clip recently where the guy pointed out like and he explained in pretty good detail the whole rotoscoping process and how meticulous it is. And man, love it. Love it. All right, we're going to get that rolling. All right, guys. Thanks again for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You guys have a good rest of the night. And you know, there's those social media links. Feel free to hit me up. Say hi, tag me, or, you know, Discord, bump it, or whatever. Show your works. I always love looking at that stuff. I love seeing what you guys are up to. Please do so. It's fun. And have a good rest of the week. I can't wait to, hopefully we can hang out. Oh, that's weird. Oh, yeah, hopefully we can hang out and get into trouble online, get some fun in the hotel. Julie, thank you so much for the raid again. Thank you for hanging out. Take care. And, oh, wait, let's do this. Let's do the mouse bomb. Oh, wait, forgot to copy paste. There we go. That's fun. Party on, guys.